What's up, YouTube? It's me, artisanmc, on this Sunday. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And we'll get this in. I believe. See if it's tracking today. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is going to be a shorty. This is going to be a short stream. So, thank you guys for showing up. I know some of you probably doing double duty in here. Shout out to Malika Me Bang. What's good, Malika? Said peace to Artisan and geekelite. Appreciate you, Malika. Shout out to the Aquatechy, the #1 wrench. Saying Artisan looking out for the gospel geeks. Why not? It's Sunday. Everybody, need a little spiritual healing. Shout out to the package man, No One. He says, sup and salute. Salute that to you, too, No One. Appreciate you. Giogami, he said, greetings to all. What's good? With the sharing gone out. Don't look at that. Look at that. Excuse me. Is this a premiere or a live? This is a live, sir. I should say live on the thing, but it is live. I don't know what the hell that was about. What's up, Zajack? Came through here, said, what's up, Artisan? Peace to you. I'll probably keep this one short unless I get on a tear about something, which is what happens every time I say I'm going to keep it short. But, yeah, always live, no Memorex. Yeah. Facts, Aquatechy, no Memorex. Now, I thought of titles for this stream today and thinking about what really circulated in the geek space this week. And then I really thought about it and was like, what could I do about that? And I pretty much came up with the fact that there was nothing for me to do about it. I didn't need to make an actual title for this. Reason being is crying does nothing for me. Crying does nothing for me. With the news of the Acolyte being canceled this week, I was not sympathetic at all. I wasn't. I am not on X. I still have it set up on my phone to start an X account. I still haven't. I really don't see myself having the time to do that. I really don't. And having to follow and tweet or whatever you call it now when you're on X and not Twitter. But what up, Trust? Because I don't have that, I didn't have to see everybody sitting up there crying about the Acolyte being canceled, or at least season 2 being canceled. I didn't have to see that. I didn't have to look at their TikToks. I didn't have to see any of that shit. All I really had to do was listen to some content from some other content creators that I enjoy and listen to them having a good damn laugh on these people's tears. Good. Now, I thought about coming out here with a glass of clear liquid and saying this was Acolyte fan tears, but I didn't want to sip out of a thimble. I don't want to sip out of a thimble because it's not that many. It can't be. You know why? The ratings number shows it. Your petition that I heard about shows it. There are no fans for this show. And if they are, those are the new fans, KK, that you made. Those are your new fans. Now, for me, I want this whole Acolyte ordeal to be over. I really do. I really do. To use someone else's term, and I don't know who came up with this first, but I like the idea of it because the visual for it in my head makes a lot of sense. But I'm waiting for this whole thing to be memory hold. Who even knew that was a thing before? But Please throw it into the chasm and let's not see it again. Drop it into the abyss. I don't give a shit. Now, all I've heard the rest of the week outside of the news coming out that, hey, this was canceled, got sirens, was that, excuse me, that the show was canceled and everybody behind the scenes, the two main bad actors, or I should say three main bad actors of this, be it KK, Leslie Headland, and Amanda Stenberg, was all coming out crying, bitching, and moaning about how they can get this show reinstated and campaigning and threatening lawsuits to make Disney change their mind. And I kept sitting there thinking about how these so-called empowered and totally in charge of themselves women resort to trying to call mommy and daddy on them to make Disney give them what they want. Now, speaking as a Star Wars fan, from that apparently toxic side of the fan base, which is, I guess, the males that were fans of this shit forever. Who believe in stuff like "May the Force be with you." I don't think Disney was listening to our cries when we were like, dude, this is not Star Wars. This is not Star Wars. Can you fix this? Can you get her out of there? This is not Star Wars. I want to give you money. I want to give you money for this. I want to watch this and keep loving it and buying lightsabers and posters and t-shirts and all kind of stuff from you for Star Wars. I do. Reading books, playing any game you come out with, all of that. I want to do that. I want to do that for you. I don't care who owns it, as long as they respect it. They haven't listened in 10 to 12 years. They have not listened once. So, being the case with Disney, why the hell do you think they're going to listen to y'all three goofy asses about complaining and crying and bitching and moaning? No, it needs to continue. I'm going to sue you if you don't give it to me the way I want it. Do you think Disney is worried about another lawsuit? See, this is the problem. And I hope that the people at Disney, the higher ups, the actors, the board, the people who make these decisions and have these, who are in charge of the parent company, not their subsidiaries, take a look at this real hard about how this shit goes down when you hire these activists acting as activists. They're not real activists. Into your brands. You'll give them what they want for a little while. As soon as you tell them no, like a spoiled child, they want to turn around and claim something. Y'all only lucky that Me Too shit kind of died off. Or they'd be trying to claim that too. Because that's what each one of these chicks has done. Every time one of these chicks get their way, get their own show, get to do what they want to with some property inside of Disney, soon as it's ruled out, it's found with unequivocal evidence that, you know what? The fan base didn't like this. They didn't like it at all. And the numbers show it. Oh no, I'm going to have a lawsuit. What? You're just caving to the pressure of all these people complaining. It was review bombed. Really? No. I don't think so at all. You know what I see as a review bomb? You remember that whole time when the Acolyte was on, it had like a 14% Rotten Tomatoes? How'd it gain 4%? To get up to 18. The show didn't get better. That show marketably only got better when it stopped coming out every week because it was over. And like Soul in the last scene, it's okay. Yeah, kill me now. It's over. Thank God. Let me out of this trap, this morass of creative bankruptcy. The critic score being as high as it was, I thought was ridiculous. But then again, I told you guys before, I am not a fan of listening to critics necessarily, not professional ones anyway. I don't care what they had to say. I don't. When I go to look at what people are saying about a movie, it's never professional critics. Never. Who I talk to is the average everyday person, fans, geeks, whatever, who know about this material and actually spent their money to go watch it or pay for the streaming service to watch it. That's who I look for to talk to. That's who I think opinion actually matters the most. You know why? Because a television station, a broadcast network, a streaming platform, a movie studio has one job, like a car dealership, to try to pimp you off on whatever new product they got coming out. It's their job to sell it to you and see if they can get you to buy it. And like a car dealership, they don't give a damn what they got to tell your ass to get you from the lot into that back room, sitting in that cubicle, so they can start running some numbers and figure out how much they squeeze out of your ass and where they gonna slip the hidden pickle to bend you over that desk. Now, from what I understand, Leslie Evans should understand what it's like because that's kind of what her old boss did. So, be that as it may, the company is always going to lie to you, always, about how good something is, how much support it has, all of that shit. They're always going to say that because they have a financial investment to get you to buy this BS. The paying customer, the end user, the person who actually has to spend their money for this project and watch it, that's the person who actually matters the most. And if they're looking at it and saying, what is this? Oh my God, this, ugh. That's the person's opinion that matters the most to me. Because they're the ones who know the most. Now, for the better part of more than 10 years, because I keep forgetting how long this damn cancer has been in Star Wars. I think it's like 12 years now. But for the better part of that time, I've had to sit here and listen to somebody tell me that works as the head of this Lucasfilm company that I have loved, I've followed, I've bought products from for decades. Tell me that I'm toxic. Tell me that I don't know Star Wars. And tell me they ain't making this shit for me. Man, I knew you was going to show up just today. I knew you was going to show up today. What up, Artie Edmore? Shout out to the dope boy. Artie Edmore, talk to no one in the chat, man. He found some Sinatra Select. You need to get on that. Y'all need to set up some distribution deals or something. But I had to listen for these years to this person tell me, and that's how I took it. I take it personally because I do see myself as a Star Wars geek. I do. I have for a long time. Before that became a thing to jump up on YouTube and say, before Disney even bought this shit, I was a Star Wars geek. I was a Trekkie. I was a Whovian. I was into all of that shit. The fact that this goofy ass woman decided to start sitting there and attacking me, being the fan base, being a member of the fan base, and tell me what I don't know about Star Wars when I can clearly watch what she's doing and see you don't know what in the hell you are doing. And it's obvious. It's been an insult. It has been an insult on intelligence. It's been an insult on my good nature. It's been an insult to me as a human being, a fan of this. Now, I won't go so far as to say I don't know why I spent my money on all this stuff this damn long. I do know why, because I liked it. Dare I say, loved it. But I can't say that I've loved what I've seen in the last 10 years. I've watched somebody abuse and malign this fan base for the better part of a decade while they produce failure after failure, character assassination after character assassination, dragging the fan base, talking shit about them the whole time they got their hand out saying, pay me for this. Come watch my movie. Buy my streaming service. I tell you this, and it's not a secret. I bought the Disney Plus streaming service for a year, paid for it up front for a year to watch The Mandalorian, not to watch KK. For what seemed like the good direction that some of the stuff was going in. And I was happy with The Mandalorian. Was it perfect? No. Because I've told you guys, none of this media is perfect. I ain't looking for a 10. But if I can get an 8.5, a 9, I'm a happy camper. But what I have seen through that time, aside from Rogue One, Andor, Mandalorian season 1 and 2, is shit. Banther poodoo. Produced by this gnarled hand witch telling me I don't know what I'm looking at. You gonna trust me or your lying eyes? No. I'm gonna trust myself. I'm gonna trust the work that came before you showed up onto the scene. Now, I've told you guys for years how much I wouldn't say I despise this woman, but I just think she's very incompetent. Very incompetent at her job. Very incompetent at massaging the fan base and having her pulse, her finger on the pulse of the fan base, and not, to borrow a phrase from Kevin Smith, jam straight up her ass or tickling her own little pickle. Because I have watched this woman for 10 years just destroy one man's legacy. That's what I've watched, and I don't appreciate that shit at all. It would be tantamount to watching somebody become president of the United States and tearing down the Statue of Liberty because they wanted to make it more inclusive. Or somebody going back and wanting to repaint the Mona Lisa. You know, they wanted to add their touch to it because something was missing when he painted this. You know, he didn't have the understanding of the world as it is today. Now, for me, seeing the news that the Acolyte season 2 was canceled, I was like, sure, should be. Thank God. And like I said, I'm still waiting to see if it actually sticks. I'm just waiting to see if it actually sticks. Because all they tears can fall on deaf ears for me. I could give a fuck less. I could. Tears in the real world don't mean shit to me. I'm not the whiny mopey. Oh, he crying. Let me cry. No, mother. No, no. I'm not crying with you. What's the problem? Because as my mother taught me, you should have been crying when you was doing that dumb shit. That's when you should have been crying. Don't cry now. Punishment has arrived. No, suck it up. You empowered Leslie Headland to make this show to your grand design. You empowered that no dancing little blank face to get up there and be the head of your show and say the type of dumb shit she said. Because make no mistake about it, you tried it with the little mixed dude, and he couldn't figure out the difference between Luke and Anakin. Got his ass off stage real quick, didn't we? That's the problem with you Muppets, and not in a good way. You want people who know nothing, your new fans. You want people who know nothing to try to make yourself seem really fucking smart when you're not. Because they are an open crevasse where you can pour your bullshit into their head and let them run out there like a toy soldier, spouting the stuff like a water sprinkler. Toxic male fan base. Patriarchy. George was wrong. Shut up. Shut all the hell up. Now, the one clip that I kept seeing that was circulating about these people crying on Twitter and TikTok and all the rest of that shit that I care nothing about. Like I told you already, I don't care about your tears. I don't care about your tears. There's the one little orange-headed, chubby-faced chick that was up there complaining about this whole deal. Now, I don't think she's watched this show. I don't. I really don't think she's watched this show. Because this will be her 15 minutes of fame. Because that clip has been picked up and a lot of different content creators in the geek space have, showed that clip and showed her. You making her famous. She about to be as famous as that no dancing ass chick at the Olympics. For what? Doing something stupid, saying some dumb shit. That show couldn't have ever been review bombed. Now, I'm a pretty straight shooter when it comes to this shit. I try to be balanced, right? Y'all know my motto, balance in all things, right? I try to be balanced on this shit. There's good points and there are bad points. And I fall with the scale. You got more bad than good, then it's a bad show. You got more good than bad, it's a good show. It's worth watching, worth spending your time on. The Acolyte was more bad than good. It was. And anybody objectively watching that shit could have told you that. And for the most part, it was so objectively bad because the writing was so damn terrible. Not to mention the plank of wood with dreadlocks standing up there calling themselves acting. Dude, I'm not an actor. I think I could have did a better job. When people put up those pictures of all her emotions and what this character is supposed to feel in, it's shameful. She should be embarrassed. Not mad at the fan base who watched this shit and giving her that feedback like, no, I thought your performance was lacking. I think you just grabbed the check. No, you should look at something like that and say, damn, I didn't realize that. My bad. Thank you guys for pointing that out to me. Maybe I'll do better next time. Apologies for not being able to deliver an experience that you guys enjoyed and would be beloved in your heart, but hopefully we can do better the next time. Something humble. No humility, no shame. You're a misogynist because you don't like it. No. I've just watched a lot of actors, and what your ass is doing is not acting. And if you call that acting, you need to go back to school. Maybe there's a summer camp open. Because that ain't acting. You could have got that from a background day player. I'm still trying to figure out how this chick became a celebrity. Still. And I haven't been dead. And I wake up yesterday. I'm like, what is she famous for? Rue in the Hunger Games? It took me looking into it a little bit more. Said, oh, she was in Dark Minds or The Darkest Minds or some shit. It's like, okay, some other shit I didn't watch. Ugh. Was that really good? Aside from Lee Jong-jae and Manny Jacinto, the rest of y'all sucked. And Daphne King. Let's take Daph out of that. Because she did deliver a bit on the fight scene. Even though, story-wise, it made no sense that a Padawan was faring that much better than any of those fucking Jedis, any of those Jedi Knights. Dare I say, some masters. She was all right. For the most part. Otherwise, that show sucked. The best part of that show was that stupid ass chant you gave us that everybody could meme. That everyone could meme. Hell, I memed it just because it was so offensive to me. Like, look, I need to do something to make it entertaining to me.
Power one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
That's the only thing humorous I could find out of that. That was the best thing coming out of that for anybody who used it. Because it was so laughable. When that scene happened in the show, I started laughing. Like, what the fuck is this? You don't want to believe me? Check it out on Patreon. Because I had to sit there and watch every one of these episodes. Watch it, react to it, and give you a review. Now, that was me trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Because yes, true enough, coming in the door, this show was possibly dead on arrival before it even showed up. And it was mainly dead on arrival before it showed up from the shit you guys had said before it ever came out. You know how you attack the fan base? Why the hell are you doing that? I mean, that makes about as much sense as taking a long stick and finding a wasp nest and just beating the shit out of it. The hell is your problem? You must have a death wish. I've been taking crazy pills. But even with that, I still watched the show. I didn't want to. I still did, though, and tried to keep an open mind to it. I really did. Let me see what these people are doing with this story. This is their story. Let me see what they want to tell me. Regardless of how much I know, the her era, the HR era is bullshit. No matter how much I know is bullshit, and it doesn't sell, because I've had to try to sell that stuff. Let me just see what they're doing. Let me see what they're doing with this. What story do they want to tell me? And what I got was something that a child could have written for free on their spare time on summer vacation. I got Jedis behaving like you have never seen Jedi behave. Like they rolling up like some pedophile in a white ship, trying to lure little girls into their ship with letting them hold lightsabers and stuff. Come on, you want to come play with us? Holy shit. I got witches all over the place in magic, in the world of the Force, in science fiction. Okay, we're just gonna mix genres now. Whatever, fuck. With some completely unexplained, oh, we're changing George Lucas's whole idea about the Force. Oh, it's the thread. And it works like this. I'm like, that just sounds like the Force. The fuck, you just got different. Okay, revisionist history. You just got different terminology. Got you. Anyway. Which came and went in one episode. Nobody used the thread for the rest of that fucking show. Not once. Everybody else, even the people that came from that little coven, was using the Force. Nobody was using the thread. Stupid shit. Yeah, studio white van with lightsaber candy. Yeah. Come on. Come with us. You want to come? We have other kids there too. Yeah, they got me when I was young. What? And mind you, at that point, that was the best character in this show. I got Jedis walking around the Jedi temple on Coruscant as corrupt as any politician. Hiding shit from the masters like you could do that in a place full of Force sensitives. But oh well. Hiding shit, running their own side operations and stuff. I'm like, is this a Jason Bourne movie? Is this Treadstone? Is this Treadstone with lightsabers? What the fuck's going on? That's not how masters work. That's not how the Jedi worked. From any iteration. What is this shit? Who wrote this? Oh, this is the person who wrote this is the one saying to all the fans who watched it who was having questions about this, like, hey, this don't track. Oh, you don't really know Star Wars. Bitch, who is you talking to? I know when I came into this. When did you come into it? Because you must have got Star Wars knowledge from just reading somebody else's fan fiction. Bad fan fiction. Now, I tried to get a show a chance. I did. I gave it a chance. I gave it 8 episodes of a chance. I gave it probably about 3 times as long every week as the episode was. If I watched a half hour of this show, I did a reaction. That was probably about a half hour. Tried to keep it shorter than that. And then I had to edit that shit, which is probably another hour. I gave up more time out of my life to this shit than most other things during that time frame. And then I have to talk about it again. It was foul. It was a bad show. And it's okay. I've seen a lot of bad shows. But you know the difference between all of those bad shows I've seen over my lifetime up to this point? A lot of them don't shit on the people watching the show when it goes away. But you modern age ones do. You do. And then ask for people to change their mind. Huh? Change my mind for what? The numbers in the audience have spoken. They didn't like this shit. Even some right-minded critics jumped off of it like, yeah, this is really bad. Pull the Homer Simpson on your ass. But everybody that didn't like it is racist and bigots? Since when? You mean to tell me $1 billion company didn't do their due diligence and they bought a franchise full of racists and bigots? Oh my God, they paid $4 billion for that? Well, I guess the billion was the bigot part, right? Shut the hell up. The amount that you are just trying to rationalize the fact that what you did, no one liked, should not come as a surprise to you. Not to Leslie Headland and not to KK. Shouldn't be a surprise. Because unless you've lived in a bubble your whole life, having people blow smoke up your ass, I'm sure you've heard very often that what you did was not fucking good enough. KK should be immune to this shit by now. Her involvement in anything Star Wars has been terrible. Her input has not reaped profits, but it has reaped losses. Any one of us, from a casual fan to a uber geek, knows what she has failed at within these franchises. Just at Lucasfilm. Any one of us can sit there and go through her filmography and see where she's pulled bits and pieces out of everything she's been able to be a part of and thrown in the Star Wars stuff. Like that ridiculous goddamn badger in the Acolyte. Is you trying to sell me another toy? I'm not into plushies. And I want this freaking badger to die. I'm waiting for him to catch a lightsaber across the head. This stupid shit. I guess this woman's legacy of Star Wars, outside of failures, is ridiculous side characters who are supposed to be cute for the kids and ridiculous dumb-looking droids. Batteries not included. And now I have to sit here and wait for the end of the year like a Christmas present with a lump of coal in it to watch this Skeleton Crew show so I can watch her rip off the Goonies or Stranger Things or something else better that she might have had a little hand in. I don't need nobody to remake the fucking Goonies in space or on Earth. Leave it alone. Richard Donner actually liked kids. And not in the perverse way that Leslie was putting out there. You don't. You don't know how to sell it. There are several groups that it can just be looked at and seen that KK does not know how to sell to as a producer. Adult men, adult women, teenage boys and girls, and young children. That pretty much covers the fucking fan base. You don't know how to sell to them. You know how you know this? Pick your project that worked. Make no mistake about it. I don't think Leslie Headland or KK is a fan of black women. I don't. Because I can see the black women that they decide to put on the screen that they think is what should be out there and should be seen. They're not a fan of yours. They just see you as something to use to try to peddle their wares. You're a shield they can hide behind. So when the bullshit that they put out there is not accepted, they can hide behind Well, the people that don't like it are just racist. It's funny. I didn't hear that shit, the racist remarks, when it came down to the Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, the black woman in that one too, playing the background, riding a fucking horse. Jay, what was her name? Trying to make her Lando's daughter all of a sudden. Like Lando got to be some fucking deadbeat daddy all over the galaxy. Didn't see anybody saying no shit about Lando finally showing up. I didn't see you saying that shit when Solo didn't do well, and you got Donald Glover, black ass, sitting right in the show. I didn't hear that they hate strong women shit when Rogue One came out, and don't like diverse cast when it's Asians and all kind of people in that shit. I didn't hear that shit there. Only time I've heard this racist shit when you really did something objectionable to the fan base and character destroying to legacy characters. That Obi-Wan Kenobi show that you forced Reva's ass into and wound up Moses Ingram to get her young ass out there and think, oh, is this the fan base just hating me? Look, let me give y'all a little tip. Any of you black actresses that actually decide to go mess around at Lucasfilms with KK, if they want to sit you down ahead of time and tell you how bad the fan base is ahead of time, you know they full of shit. That's the equivalent of somebody in your workplace. Somebody new come in and all they do is pull them to the side and try to say, well, you know, you don't really like that person right there because they're an asshole. Don't listen to them. That's who you know on some bullshit. That person that want to pull you to the side and prep you a little bit. Put the battery in your back. Fill your head up with all that damn confusion because they think black folks is stupid. And send your goofy ass out there to, oh no, they just hate me because I'm a woman, because I'm racist. Oh, like they hated the last chick because she was a woman in black too? Did you watch that show? Obviously you didn't. Because if you would have watched that Kenobi show, you would have saw how shit that show was too. Oh, made by a diverse woman. The new age term that they like to use that I don't, but a person of color. You know, Deborah Chow, Asian woman, director in Star Wars. Shut the hell up. It's bullshit. Your excuses are your own. Your tears are for what you have done to yourself. I don't give a damn about this show going away. It's not going away fast enough for me. It's not. This show is the whole reason why I cannot really watch television and streaming shows right now. I wanted to see the Crow movie. I really did. I haven't gone to see it. You know why? Because I heard some other reviewers that I actually respect talking about, hey, it's kind of trash. I'm like, well, maybe I'll wait. I'm a Crow fan. I'm like, oh, I really can't right now. You know, I'm still getting over that last bad breakup. I can't right now. I can't do it. I just want to sit on my couch and swaddle up in my blanket and just hold myself. I can't do it again. That last relationship just really did me wrong. That's where I'm at. As an old geek. I'm like, I don't know if I want to go back out there again. I don't know, man. This is the Coliseum. This might be my last fight. I don't know. My heart can't take it. My sword arm is not what it used to be. I can't backhand the bullshit like I used to. I don't know. So I'm skeptical. I'm wanting to go see something that I already wanted to see. I'm the built-in fan base for this shit. I'm like, is it really bad? I don't know. Do I even want to take the chance? I really can't take any more of these, man. Like, I had 2 heart attacks already. Like, I don't know if the third one, I'm going to survive the third one. I really don't. I really don't. My heart can't take it. Yeah, Aquateki. A heart can only take so much disappointment, and that's where I'm at. Just fucking disappointed and fucking hurt as a fan. And apparently, a geek man cries on the inside. I may bitch online. Like Malika was saying last week, I'm complaining. I'm not complaining. It is bad. You all saw it. It's bad. Me telling you that I watched it and I thought it was bad is not complaining. That's an objective observation. If you agreed with that, that means you saw what I did. And that shit wasn't good. You suffered like I did. Unfortunately, we all got it. Yeah, Lion. Yeah, I'm not going to be hurt again. Why you think I played that Nate Dogg song when I did the reaction to finding out that season 2 of The Acolyte was canceled? Why do you think I played that? Why do you think that even came to mind for me? Of all the songs in 50-something years I have heard, and I've heard a lot, that was the one that rose to the surface while I was editing that video. Like, I don't want to hurt no more. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what I mean when I say what resonates with you. Looking at that, thinking about that topic, that is what resonated out of my mind. What song resonated with that topic? I don't want to hurt anymore. I'm down to job with shit. Is Castle good? We can bandage up, we can heal. It may take a while, but my geekdom is in traction. Okay. He's in bed with the arm bandaged up like them old pictures, head swaddled up and everything, just eye holes. Just, oh, that was painful. I ain't ready to watch nothing else bad again. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm not ready to watch anything else that is beloved by me be bad. Again, I'm not ready for that yet. I'm not at that point yet where I can go back out there again. No, I'm not. It's just what it is. And that's just me actually saying it out loud for y'all right now. I ain't ready for that shit again. And that's why these people have had me watching old shows, good material, other shows that were much better than The Acolyte that got canceled. Somebody mentioned, one of the reviewers I was watching mentioned some other shows that were canceled after one season that were much better shows. And the fan base cried, like, why did this go away? But it still did, because that is the way of things. Because if people don't watch, it won't hang around. Television, be it small screen, big screen, whatever, works on eyeballs. If you ain't watching, they ain't putting it up there. Look, y'all can put it in the chat. Aquateki doing it right now. What show? One of the shows I was interested in on Netflix never got a second season. It got canceled in between its first season. Like, damn, this is really good. I want to see where this goes. Yeah, you know what? We canceling that shit. Jupiter's Legacy. I'm like, oh, really? What the hell? What the hell? I was into this. I want to see where this went. Forget about it. Read the comic. Because they ain't putting it up. You won't know. And it was doing better numbers than The Acolyte. Somebody look it up. I bet it was. One on my list, 2 Triv. Why the Last Man? That shit was awesome. They cut that show before it really got to the good shit with all these feminist women start killing each other. I'm like, I'm waiting to see this show. I'm waiting to see how this turns out. They canceled that shit. Why? It's an all-women cast. And one dude. What's the problem? This book has been popular in comics for decades, over a decade. What's the problem? The show didn't have no viewers? Really? You gotta be kidding me. I couldn't understand. You even had a female president. What's the problem? It was diverse women all over that bitch. Acting badly, but all over it. What happened? I wanted to see that. I was there for it. No. Nope. No more of that. No more of that Why the Last Man shit. Mm-mm. What up, Black Bay? Appreciate you, Black Bay, for supporting the show. Shout out to Sportaholic. And shout out to the AB Media. Heard you had a barn burner last night, homie. That the neutral zone was on fire. I went back and had to watch some of Firefly. I had to go back and watch some Firefly. It was a good show. Even made a movie. It got canceled. And that was made by Josh Whedon before he got into all that bullshit with DC. Before he was doing the Avengers and in the MCU. Love Firefly. Star Wars is ripped off from Firefly when they did the whole Solo show. It got canceled after one season. I've seen a lot. I'll go back to the 90s, a show I really loved, and I believe it came on Fox, which was, I want to say it was the South Central show. It was a black show. So since I'm black and I've watched a lot of black shows, I've seen this happen more than a few times. That show got canceled after one season. It was an awesome show. Very good acting. Not science fiction at all. It got canceled one season. So forgive me if I seem like I'm jaded to the fact that shows get canceled all the time. Good ones, which yours is not, and bad ones, which yours is. So I'm not crying about it. I know sooner or later, like after the third season of Mandalorian, it should have been canceled. It should have. And I don't blame Jon Favreau for that shit. I don't. The two people I blame for it is the two people who got into the mix and decided they wanted to push certain things over certain others, which was Dave Filoni pushing Bo-Katan and KK wanting to push dinosaurs and Bo-Katan, and it has to pivot to being about the woman now. Yeah, your ass. Your input is toxic. If not just the Star Wars, your input on Indiana Jones ain't been good. Your input on Willow has not been good. All this shit you push for is poison to that franchise, to that brand. Poison. So for my money, you ain't had a good idea. Ever. And the smartest people in the room was the ones that was usually keeping your ass out of it. Yeah. The KK kiss of death. Yeah. Her name attached to it automatically lets you know, like, oh shit. Look, my mother told me this a long time ago, right? A lot of times. It's like, people know you for what you do, but if you do the same thing every time somebody sees you, that is your reputation. That is the reputation that precedes you. KK's reputation is for taking profitable franchises and destroying them gleefully, while pointing the finger at the people who don't like the shit she's doing and saying, you're racist and you're a misogynist. Y'all need to use some other words. Because like Nigo said, I don't think that means what you think it means. No, I don't think that means what you think it means. I don't. I think you're just saying that shit now because that's the script. And that's why every one of these little wind up toys you put out there always say the same shit that it sounds like it came out of your mouth. Amanda Stenberg can keep doing that shit, but you know what it's going to do? She ain't going to have a career after this. And she's young. And that's disappointing. Because young people, in a certain sense, you forgive them a little bit because you know they can fall flat on their fucking head, bounce and get back up and say, whoa, I need to get that shit right. I need to tighten up. I've changed. Her mixed ass? Let's just put it this way. Let's just hope she don't have to fall back on her dancing skills to have a living. Leslie Headland and her no acting ass wife. And I only say that because apparently they had a package deal since her wife was giving her pointers on writing a damn script. How you listening to her ass? You're the second worst acting person in this whole show. I only say that because Maul's good, goofy, moist ass didn't have much to say except looking stupid in the face. Like, damn, this era of Jedi, just anybody got into the Jedi Academy, huh? Like, Jesus. They got the slow kids class and the overweight ones. From the human species. Leslie will probably be all right. Because like most reviewers and commenters in geekdom have pretty much figured out, she probably got some dirt on some folks. Probably do. Just like KK. She probably got some dirt on somebody doing something. Or she is the dirt. Now, every year for the past 3 years, I'd say, around this time, everybody keeps thinking, holding their breath to see if she's going to get fired because her contract comes up for renewal. I ain't playing that damn game this year. I'm not playing that damn game this year. I don't give a fuck. Because every year she gets an extension. And it was last year that I finally heard or found out that the way her contract is put together, as long as she got something in the pipeline to come out, she can stay. She can choose to stay. Unfortunately, that was kind of how George made the stipulation in her contract that she can be there as long as she wanted to. So he would have a good steward of Star Wars, which he thought at the time, and that corporate people couldn't just push that person out when they felt like it. They had their trap door, they had their out clause. Well, why the fuck you think she want a season 2 of Geekelite? Why you think you hearing this now about these shows that she possibly wants to do after Skeleton Crew, which was supposed to be her last one last year? That's why it's wrapped around to coming out at the end of the fucking year. So it could wrap around to 2025 and she still be here. They're like, oh, I guess we got to wait till October 2025. This bitch ain't never leaving. Never. If it's on her to do, she ain't doing it. She's not going anywhere. It would take a fucking act of God to get her out of Lucasfilm. And God ain't Bob Iger. She ain't going nowhere. And I'm just saying that for me because she ain't been nowhere. This person should have been gone. There's other people in Disney who got fired for less than this. Other executives. Long gone. Mad or not. This woman can still keep costing them billions of dollars. And she's still there. Oh, we're thinking about getting rid of her. Thinking about? Dude. Name me anyone else in Hollywood. I'll put it to you this way. James Gunn is over at Warner Brothers right now, right? He in charge of all this DC shit. Do you think if James Gunn, what up, Trail? And Donnie Mac, what's happening? Do you think James Gunn, even after the success he's had at Marvel, over at DC, could get away with having bomb after bomb for over 10 years in DC before Zaslav pulled his fucking ripcord and got that motherfucker out the pilot seat? Do you think he could? Y'all put it in the chat. You tell me. And we're talking about James Gunn, who's made money for companies. Do you think he could? You think he can get away with that for 10 years? Yeah, no shit, Herb. He'd be gone after a year of bombs. He would be. And why? Because Zaslav is a toxic male? James ain't told me agenda? No. It's because we ain't in the business of losing fucking money. Y'all got Google fingers. Look on the list of countries and see whose GDP is like $180 million. Let's see what country it is. And see, could they stand to lose that a year? Yeah, motherfucker have resorts all over it. They'd have lost their country by now. Now stack that with the Acolyte, with Solo, which I did kind of like. Solo, fucking Obi-Wan, Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, Indiana Jones, Dial of Destiny, Willow series. Stack all them hundreds of millions on top of that and see what country could lose that much money and still have borders. That's somebody's GDP. They would not be a country anymore if they lost that kind of money. It would have been a revolt within the country. They're like, you got to get out. You will be disposed. It will be a coup d'etat. You got to go. This bitch is still there at Lucasfilms under parent company Disney, losing money to that tune and ain't moved an inch. Ain't backed up from it, ain't toned down her rhetoric, is not even gone. At this rate, I'm thinking she got dirt on Bob Iger. At this rate, must. No, she didn't like Chapek. He was really trying to get rid of her ass. That's why she pulled Bob's coattail to get his ass back there. To give her, run her some fucking cover for another year or two. Because Chapek was the only one I saw putting things in place. Like, look, bitch, if you do this, you out of here. We're going to wait to see what this is. And when this doesn't work, your ass is springboarded. Hope you got your parachute. You're getting the fuck out of here. They got Bob back in the middle of the night. Whoa. Yeah, people have gone to jail for losing less money. How much money did Bernie Madoff scam out of them people? That motherfucker saw fair time. Now, with that said, I'm not sorry to see this show go. And it doesn't mean you won't see any of these people again. Amanda Stenberg can go out there and act in something else again. She can. This ain't her only show, is it? I would just think that her acting gonna have to get a lot better. Her acting is gonna have to get a shitload better in her next role. But you know what's gonna follow her? Which I was trying to appeal to the young dumbass. You know what's gonna follow her is them people who remember the shit she had to say about the fans. And just say weirdly, just let's just be funny about this. Say she showed up on the next season of Wheel of Time. Let's just say that. Say she showed up on the next season of Wheel of Time. And all the fans that love the Wheel of Time knew that Amanda Stenberg is coming over onto Wheel of Time and picking up a role in that shit. Do you think they would be happy? Do you think they would be happy? You think they, yes, Carol? Fuck no. Because you know what? They knowing the shit she's bringing with her. Now let's flip it. Let's say Leslie Headland, she's out of Star Wars and Disney. She fired from all projects. She gone. She out of there. She ain't got nothing coming up for them. The mouse pulled off the glove, backslapped her, said, get the fuck on out of here. You're not paying like you weigh. For the girls or the guys. And you found out Amazon hired her for, I don't know, Rings of Power season 3 as a showrunner or some shit. Do you think that would improve the ratings of that show or drive them down? No, better yet, let's do it this way. Let's say you heard Leslie Headland was directing some episodes of House of the Dragon season 3. Would you want to watch that shit? Or would you like, oh my God, my heart. Oh, why they do this? Why they do this? Would the fan base be up in arms? Would it be up in arms? Game of Thrones fans, I'm one of those. The hardcore ones, well, fucker, it would be a dragon war happening online. Better than a season finale in season 2. Motherfuckers would be livid. Absolutely livid. And for what I saw for the season finale in season 2, they wasn't that far off from Leslie Headland. With the goofy shit they were pulling. You announce on season 3, that shit is done. Donezo. It's a wrap. I wouldn't be wanting to watch that season. Now, I'll take it one step further to let you get some scope of understanding how badly these people are received in media, period, for what they have done. Say by some miracle, KK got pushed out of Lucasfilms. She is no longer in charge of Lucasfilms. It might not make it any better in the short term, but let's just say she's gone. right? They actually fired her. Her and Victoria Alonso are kicking rocks away from the Magic Kingdom. Like, fuck them motherfuckers. They all racist and misogynist. Right? Okay. Say the next thing you heard her producing was something over, I don't know, Secret Wars. Something over in Marvel. Some other franchise that hasn't been pulled up yet. What's something real beloved? Oh, I got one. Say she wanted to take charge of producing Warhammer 40K. Would you be apt to watch that? Maybe they hired her to do the next Ghostbusters movie. Would you be ready to watch that shit? Oh, fuck me. I'm laughing, not because it's not because it's necessarily funny, but the thought of that shit is so fucking ridiculous. Because I'm really sitting here trying to rack my brain of what popular franchise that I could put her in front of that everybody would get the picture to understand that this is a poison pill. You announce this person's producing this, it is the death of that franchise altogether. You know it's over. You know it's over. You know it's done. You're like, oh, no. Yep, I'm just gonna pack up my shit. Let me take my stuff down. This in the bag and it's time to get out of here. It's over. You know it. This is who they are. This is who they presented themselves as in the fan base, just in Star Wars. This is what they do. So don't tell me it's the fan base that is toxic. It's not the fan base that's toxic. It is you. Because if you move them to any other franchise, you will see that toxicity following them. And no fan base would want them there. They wouldn't. That's how you figure out what's toxic. Remove this from it. And then how does it work? Hey, fuck everybody on that last Airbender shit, Sam. That's still funny to me. I still like M. Night. And I still make the case for him. Nobody wanted to make that shit. Nobody. If his kids didn't like that shit, you still wouldn't have seen the last Airbender movie. And I'm telling you, he got screwed because James Cameron rolled his monkey ass in there and stole the Avatar name. I watched the Avatar by James Cameron. It ain't got shit to do with avatars. He might as well have just called that shit Fern Gully live action like it was. He just stole the fucking name recognition. That's all he did. Yes, Aquatech. He said very well, very eloquent. Cancerous creators being a malignancy everywhere they go. Yes. That's how you know where it is. Because if you want to really believe that the Star Wars fan base is toxic and it's toxic males and all the rest of the shit, even though you can look on anywhere on YouTube and in geek space and see females outwardly hating this shit when it was supposedly made for them, their age group, their generation is supposedly made for them. And they like, no, nah, I'm not feeling this. Then what does that tell you? Might not be the fan base. Because if you pull all the fan base out of it, Okay. If you pull the toxic, if you want to believe that the fan base is toxic in that sense, okay, pull them out of it. Does the show do any better? Is the ratings on the show any higher? No. Actually, it would be lower because the people who are online saying how much the show sucked are the ones watching the show and it only got 14%. You pull them out, the motherfucker probably got 4%. Probably has 4%. Because I told y'all that. I think the only people watching shows are the people who actually have to review it. That's it. We are the percentage of the people watching this shit. Otherwise, nobody is. I know people who are geeks, people I work with that we talk about movies all the time. When I was asking them if they was watching, they was like, "No, I ain't watching that shit." Well, why not? They hadn't heard me talk about it. Why not? I don't know. What the fuck is that even about? Star Wars. It's supposed to be Star Wars. Maybe. This shit is not getting no repeat viewings. Once is bad enough. There is no power of many views for that. No, fuck you. Yeah, Dragon Ball Evolution. You know what was better than Dragon Ball Evolution? The fan-made Street Fighter movie, which was also better than the Acolyte. And they had Ryu, Ken, and Akuma in that bitch. Yeah, even the hate watchers mopped out of the Acolyte. Yeah. Moped out, excuse me. Even hate watching it wasn't beneficial. I completed that shit as a test of wills because I'm determined and stubborn. I started it, I was going to finish it. I said I was going to watch all of it, I finished it. If I went back to finish watching Bad Batch final season, that would have been hate watching because I was hating that fucking show. And mind you, that bitch came out right before the Acolyte. They did their due diligence on fucking me over with Star Wars for this year. They've done their due diligence. I got some Marcellus Wallace shit from Pulp Fiction happening after watching these two shows. And I'm ready to call the pipe hitting brothers with a lead pipe and a blowtorch. Fuck you. Fuck you. We need to be getting medieval. You a masochist, so you finish both? Look, man, I always see it as a battle of attrition, but that shit took a lot out of me. Yeah, I finished the fight, but I gotta heal up. I gotta heal up. It's like samurai code, man. As long as you're the last one to go down, you won. As long as your enemies were vanquished first, you still got some life left, you won. If you walk away, you won. Now you got to heal up. That's all I'm doing is healing up. Strengthening myself in the force of geekdom by watching better material and not ingesting any more poison. Oh, Johnny Mac, don't even start. You. When did I talk about Umbrella Academy? Last week or the week before I talked about that third season of Umbrella Academy? Fuck them in that. I'm done with that shit too. Trust me. When I say I've had my fill, I've had my fill. I know my limits now. I do. This is it. It has been objectively bad all the way down. And now I guess this week, what did the Rings of Power season 2 come out? I might check it out. I might not, but I was not thrilled over the first season. And I don't know all that part of that age of the lore, but I like the characters. I like the world. I'd watch it to see some epic shit going on, right? I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't think any of y'all clamor. Oh, what did you think of Rings of Power season 2? Do I have to? Fuck. I'll end up watching it because I like to be informed. But I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, I haven't touched that shit yet. Yeah, it got a radioactive glow on it right now. Like, woo. How am I going to approach this? Get these fucking gloves on and this suit. I ain't touched it. I was home all day yesterday. That was not one of the things I even thought about watching. No, absolutely not. Said Umbrella Academy lost you when 7 become a boy. It changed the whole fucking story. That season was garbage. And it's probably because it was good it ended. It was good it ended. Because, I don't know. I think they shit the bed on that season. And I'm glad it ended, and I'm glad it was short. And you don't hear nobody online crying about that shit, do you? Because series finale. Nobody said shit. Nobody said anything. I was sitting there watching on YouTube. I was watching the behavioralist that studies human reactions and stuff like that. And they're watching an interview of Elliot Page and saying that this motherfucker damn near crying for help. This person is not happy. And I said, I never thought they were. Watching body language and stuff like that, like, yeah. But I saw that because I was looking at their fucking eyes. But whatever the fuck they say. Whatever. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Point being, for my little rant on that, I'm glad the Acolyte is gone. I hope it stays permanently gone. I think it's really interesting that everybody that seemed to be so fucking empowered behind this shit is the first one calling lawsuit when they canceled it. And that in Disney as a whole, it's funny how these toxic ass people get there. And as soon as they don't get their way, they're trying to fucking sue you. Funny enough, they all seem to be women. And the mouthy ones, too. You notice that? Every one of these chicks who've had their own shows that failed, not well received by the fan base at all, have gone out of their way to talk shit about the fan base, is all of a sudden jumping up and trying to sue Disney because they ain't getting more. They're not getting no extras. What a bunch of spoiled brats. But I don't feel bad for them. And them being Disney, I don't feel bad for them. This is the bed you made. These are the people you jumped in the bed with. You rolled around, you threw them some money, and let them have run of the kingdom. And this is what the hell they're doing. They're sitting behind some of the worst performing franchises you've ever had. And then they're bitching at you about it. And gonna sue you to pay them more money for something that's not happening. Season 2 of She-Hulk is not happening. You're not about to see a Captain Marvel 4, or excuse me, 3. You're not about to see that shit. But these are the chicks that's out there wanting to sue somebody. The company that gave them the opportunity to lead their own shows and their own movies. Bitching at the company, bitching at the fan base, bitching at the people who didn't want to include them in their movie that did well. You narcissistic motherfuckers, like, man, go somewhere and sit down. Please. I'm gonna sue. Is that like me tooing somebody? Claiming some shit after the fact because you didn't get what you wanted? Did they got to pay you for that? I would like to see somebody actually just add up the number of lawsuits Disney has against it right now and how many of them are brought on to them by stars that had their own failing shows. How many of them? Because the next one, outside of Tatiana Maslany, now I'm forgetting her name, Breasticist. I thought her breast and I forgot her goddamn name. Brie Larson. I thought her breast and forgot her fucking name. All of a sudden. Shit. That's bad. That is bad. But Tatiana Maslany, Brie Larson, Leslie Helen, Kathleen Kennedy, Amanda Stenberg, and the next one is gonna be Rachel Zellweger for this Snow White shit that I'm not gonna watch anyway. Everybody want to threaten a lawsuit against Disney. The person that put them on to be the head of a movie or show. Yeah, Andre Breast Larson. Breast Larson. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I don't know. Told y'all I got a little sympathetic to Brie Larson when I found out she broke up with her boyfriend, didn't have a place to live. I'm like, what? Thought you was in $1 billion movie. You ain't even got your own place? Oh my God. She doing bad. She'll turn up on Tinder. Oh my God. This shit. I'd be interested to see that. Every one of these people are actually suing Disney for something. Some shit they left out of. Or they feel they should be getting from Disney now. Because they've attacked the fan base and the fan base fired back. And it's like, we're not interested in seeing what you in at all. My top 3 this year hasn't changed from the start. Shogun, Supercell, and Fallout. I'm struggling to make a top 5 with the rest of these shows. No shit, Donnie Mac. I have to go back now, and I was forgetting that I hadn't watched all of Shogun. And when I was sitting around yesterday thinking about what to watch for Patreon, I know I didn't really want to watch Rings of Power. I know I didn't really want to watch that. But then I remembered I never finished Shogun. I did the first episode of Shogun that I was into, but I didn't finish it. So I can go back now and watch Shogun. I can. Because that will be a good show that I can continue detoxing from these bad fucking shows. Like I said, like a samurai, I'm going to heal up. My sword will be sharpened. My muscles will be tight again, and I can go back out there and seize the day. For now, though, we got to heal up, and we're going to heal up watching some good shit. It's just what it is. So, yeah, I got to go back and watch Shogun. And Supercell making that list? Yeah, I agree with that list. Just from the one episode of Shogun I saw. Supercell, Fallout, yes. Great shows. And great shows. Oh, and not to mention, Fallout had a diverse cast, a woman lead. Made off a video game. Imagine that. Appreciate you, Donnie Mac, for that support. So Twisted Metal, I haven't even seen that trail. Bress Larson. Andre, you ain't shit, because I thought it, but you put it together. That's going to be her name from now on every time I think about her ass. Because you got nice breasts. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is, man. Look, like I said, I call balls and strikes. Objective. Shogun is Disney Plus or Hulu. If you have Hulu, you can watch it on Disney Plus too, because it's on Disney on both of them. So I have Hulu and Disney Plus, so it shows up on each one of them. But it's on my Hulu list, as well as Fargo and some other shit on Hulu that's worth watching. So I have to go back and watch that, especially since my mother recommended Fargo, and Outer Range is on season 2 with Josh Brolin, and this looks interesting. I'll do that. But I'm running through my good shows that I like Dark. I finished all of Dark. There's not a season 4 yet. I have to wait. I went back and got Squid Game out the way. I'm waiting on season 2 of Squid Game. Platform 2 is coming out. I'm waiting on Platform 2. If they threw Extraction 3 out there, I'd be watching that shit. But this bad shit. Look, even Marvel's in its own state of decay, as we know. But I wanted to watch No Way Home. Can't even watch No Way Home on D+. They don't even have it yet. Like, what the fuck? You got to watch No Way Home on Amazon. Because Sony said, fuck y'all, we getting our money. I got to watch the Spider-Man movie on Amazon. I can't even watch it on D+. Just because I wanted that good feeling of seeing some fan service where people appreciate it. Other than running back to the theater to watch Deadpool and Wolverine again. So, I just can't do it. Can't do it. Cannot do it, man. So I guess the real question that I have for people today is I try to think about this stuff in a real way and think of it as fallout. It's not fallout. It's just babies crying, and my kids are grown. I'm kind of immune to that shit. Right? I don't care about these fake fans crying about a show that they didn't even watch. If they did, it would have had better numbers. Yeah, don't talk to me about that Doctor Who shit, because I told y'all I have not watched Doctor Who since Capaldi left. Have not watched it since then. I was not interested in Joey Turner of that shit. I was not interested in that. So I don't give a damn if they got a black dude on it. For my money, they always throw a black person in media. They always throw a black person at the front of it when they're really about to tank that bitch. When they about to drive it headlong into an iceberg, then they throw a black face in front of it. Because it just goes to that whole narrative that everything is going to shit. Somebody color is in front of it. And they can try to deflect that with, oh, you just being racist. No, I don't need no voice teller that black dude being a doctor. I'm not interested in seeing that shit as a Doctor Who fan. No. No, I'm not interested. So no, I guess it'll end where it ended. And it will get canceled and go away and be dormant until somebody else of better writing credentials and better writing talent can come along and resurrect it. All this shit got to go to ground. Like Lestat the Vampire, they need to bury themselves for a while and come up when you hear something that sounds interesting. Because it's not good. None of this stuff right now is any fucking good. And I don't know where the good stuff is going to come from. It's obviously not coming from millennials. It's kind of obvious it's not. If you think about the shows that are going on right now that you are enjoying the writing on, that the writing is really good on, look at the writers and how old they are. Do that. And then think about replacement. Who was there to replace them? Ray Hama. So you got a problem with the Black Doctor, my brother? That one, yeah. And I haven't watched the show. I can tell you that flat out. I haven't watched it. You know why? Because Disney and Doctor Who don't go together for me. Not for what Disney has been producing for the last 10 or more years. No, it doesn't. That doesn't sound like a winning combination. It does sound like a media company grabbing up any IP they can to try to pimp it out. But also know Disney is notorious for injecting their agenda into everything they do and ruining it. So when I hear things about the doctor getting chastised and being a they, them, and all the rest of that shit, I'm like, oh my fucking God. And I liked it when it came back under Stephen Moffat, Kristen Etchison, when that doctor came back. I liked it when it came back. It was actually really good. I was watching every episode of that shit. At a point, it fucking fell off. Because the writing was so good, it got me to even watch the spinoff show, which was Torchwood. I was really enjoying the writing because I like British television. Because I like a good story. I don't give a fuck who tells it. I don't. I just like a good story. That shit ain't been that good. Yeah, Matt Smith. Matt Smith grew on me. Matt Smith is my daughter's doctor. That's the one my daughter loved. Because she started watching Doctor Who with me. When it came back to Stephen Moffat, when they resurrected that shit like 2000 something, I started watching Doctor Who. And that's what I introduced my daughter to Doctor Who. Hey, this is what I grew up on when I was a kid. Because I came in with Tom Baker. This is who he is. This is what happens. This is what's going on. We watched that shit. She was watching it here and there, but when it got to Matt Smith, the fish fingers and custard dude, she liked it. Little fezzes and shit, she was into it. He grew on me. But that's what I thought was the funny thing with all Doctor Who's, the previous doctors, is that initially, you don't like the new doctor. Initially, you don't. But over time, the motherfucker grows on you. So by the time Matt Smith was leaving, I was feeling bad. I liked Matt. They had some good stories. But we were coming off of David Tennant. David Tennant to Matt Smith was like, oh, I don't know about this motherfucker. Don't really know. But it's an actor finding the character. By the end of his run, I didn't want to see him go either. But that's the beauty of how Doctor Who is created. That regeneration gives you a new actor, a new take every time without jumping into a fucking multiverse. So it can be fresh every time. This Black Doctor, I'm waiting for them to regenerate and move on to something else. I guess the next one I have tats and shit. Be hella emo. Yeah, see? Tom Baker was my doctor. Yeah. Tom was my doctor, dude. Here, I'll give you one, Trail, just to be funny. So you get this. Jelly baby? Why do you think I like gummy bears? Motherfucker always had a bag of cinnamon bears in his pocket. I don't like the cinnamon ones, but I do like some gummy bears, Nick. I'll part to see people for some gummies. And these are fucking Sour Patch Bears. My daughter would love those. I started liking them because she did. I like the sour shit. They do grow on you. So I haven't seen The Black Doctor, but from what I've seen of who the character is, I'm not goddamn interested. I'm not. But it's a streaming show, so I can go back and pick up from where I left off and catch all the way up to this shit and find out what everybody else knows right now if I feel like doing it. But from what I heard from people who were fans, it wasn't that good. Wasn't that good? I'm not a fan of breaking lore. I really am not a fan of it. Lore gives you some continuity to know where you've been, where this character is, and where this character is going. I'm not a fan of that. And I'm not a really strict fan about it. Like, you can't do any lore breaks, but there's a line. It's imaginary. It may be shifting, but there is a line. And some stuff is just egregious. Shouldn't be done. The other things you can like, all right, whatever. Go on through. You know? But the rule I'm holding to is it has to add and not subtract. It has to add and not subtract. And a lot of nowadays they don't know how to do it. They only know how to subtract, to ruin, in a sense. So, link is in the chat if you guys want to come up for a hot minute, share your thoughts on what you think about this Acolyte cancellation, because I've heard from, content creators and geekdom. I like to hear from the people. I'm one of you. I'm a fan of this shit before I was ever a YouTube commentator on this stuff. So since I don't have a comic shop now, I like to listen to y'all, what you guys have to say about this. Because make no mistake about it, you and me both are the end users of this stuff. We are the fan base. We are the people who pay for these streaming services, who pay to watch these movies, whose eyes and minds they want to actually grab or insult when they throw out all these ridiculous comments. Which is why I'd really look at really look at this stuff when they attack the fan bases. Like, that is like the dumbest business decision you should ever make. And Disney especially needs to find a way to tell these people to shut the fuck up on my dime. I don't care about your personal opinion if I'm paying you. Do your fucking job. I'm not paying you to cost me more money than I'm paying you. No. I've been a small contractor. If I had somebody working for me that was costing me more money than I was making, I would fire her ass quick. Quick. Why? You costed me too much. I would not keep them there. Oh man, if you fire me, you're racist. What? Get the fuck out of here. Like, literally get the fuck out of here. Because my job and me making money on what I'm doing is not contingent upon you finding a way to hang in there. It's not working. What up, AB?
I can't hear. Okay. me go out.
There you go. What's good with you? Did he teleport to the wrong path? Transported in on the wrong path, boy. We lost his signal. Scotty, get him back, Scotty. Get him back. But no, I couldn't stand to lose money like that. And for the most part, from what I've been seeing in the news, it sounds like Disney is actually pulling the card on a lot of these people about this social media shit. If you look at what's going on with Gina, what's going on with Bo, what's going on with Leslie and them, what you see is Disney making a pivot, it seems like to me, that they are trying to shut these people down of talking shit on social media because they dying by social media. Every time one of these goofies goes out there and says something to antagonize the fan base, it's costing them money. And they're putting distance between them and those people who cost them money on social media. Tatiana Maslany ain't getting another Disney project too soon. She better hope she can keep her mouth shut long enough to end up in Secret Wars. What's good, AB?
I can't hear you.
That might be on your end. I can hear me. Can you hear now? Check your headphone settings.
How can I hear Artisan? Good Lord.
I don't know because it's my show.
I can't hear you.
Go back and check your headphone settings. Yeah, check your settings and look under what is it? Headphone audio. What is it?
Man.
Yeah, check your audio. It's on your end. Check your mic and your speakers. Check your speaker settings.
Okay.
Yes. All together now.
Okay, I can hear you now.
There we go. Disco. What's good with you, man?
Hey. So they canceled the Acolyte, huh?
Yeah. Did you watch it?
What a shock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you watch it?
I watched bits and pieces of it.
And that's why they canceled it.
I'll be straight up with you. I'll let you tell me the season finale. Because I was that tired of the show by that time. I was like, no.
Well, that's what I've heard other geekdom commentators talking about, which I thought was the funniest true statement to come out of this whole thing. It's like it was more people watching content creators reviewing the Acolyte than watching the Acolyte. They didn't want to watch that shit. They'd rather hear somebody else go through pain and suffering. It's like, wow, what really happened in the show? Yeah. Like, damn, I'm glad I ain't watching that. I'll see you next week, bro.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you gotta take some of this shit. Take these slings and arrows.
If Disney was smart, they would tell Brie Larson just shut the fuck
up. Breast Larson, yeah.
Why is she complaining about Deadpool and Wolverine? I'm like, okay, they made a better movie. What's the problem?
Yeah, that's her and Tatiana Maslany are the main ones suing Disney, suing Ryan Reynolds for scenes that were cut out of Deadpool and Wolverine. And I'm sitting there looking at this like, both of you goofy motherfuckers both had your own vehicles. Brie Larson had her whole own movie, her own IP to herself. Tatiana Maslany and She-Hulk had a whole season of a show for her specifically. That means she got more screen time than Ryan Reynolds got in his third movie. What are you suing him for? Because you weren't in part of it? You ain't got to be a part of it. It's not your fucking movie. Oh my God, dude. Like, It's so stupid. Talk about frivolous lawsuits. I'm in California. That is frivolous. But we know you can sue for some shit like that. Oh, pain and suffering. They left me out.
You know,
I was contractually obligated. Man, shut the hell up.
whenever I think about Brie Larson, I go back to that interview she was doing with Jeremy, and he just sitting there with the face plant.
Yeah,
He's
Jeremy
like
Renner.
He's just sitting there with the face plant like this. Dumb.
He is not filling her ass, and he can't fake it.
And shout out to Don Tito. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
No, that's the one I always remember. I always remember Don Cheadle because Don Cheadle was not feeling her, and he wasn't masking that shit at all. Jeremy Renner was just the most outwardly one because Jeremy Renner is a white dude. He's like, nah, bitch.
Yeah,
Nope.
like nah, this ain't it.
This ain't it. There you go. So for everybody who think I'm being a no, don't save it. What are you doing? Stupid thing. Oh my God. All right. This is for Andre. So y'all know who we were talking about. This is Bres Larson. That's what I was thinking of. That's why I forgot her fucking name for a second. Like, ma'ams.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, she do it to herself. That's why I don't get this whole objectification thing. Oh, you're objectifying me. Man, I didn't put your breast out there like that. You did. The fuck? And this is like, what is this? What, 3, 6, not 12 pictures in a row? For 3 rows? All breast pictures. I didn't take these.
Well,
These
I
are
know
not
why
my
she does
pictures.
it. I know why she does it. She's an average looking white chick.
She is. But that's who get popular in Hollywood. Average, big breasted, blonde chicks.
I guess.
That's what, look, I told my daughter a long time ago why I didn't want her necessarily in the Hollywood. I didn't want her following under that Hollywood spell that this is where they want. They chew up and eat women.
Yes.
And they have a model every year. And every year it's the same model. Blonde, big breasted, and white. That's their forte. They've done that for years. That's why I can tell you when I sit there and look at Florence Pugh and like, yeah, Florence Pugh is cute as shit. But she looking like Sharon Stone right now. Sharon Stone was that chick at one time.
Yeah, that's true.
Same way. Doing the same things. Before Sharon Stone was Basic Instinct and showing her boobies and stuff like that, she was in fucking Police Academy movies being silly and shit.
Mm-hmm. But I think it's funny that Brie Larson want to talk about something and she's the only reason Endgame has bad parts. Yeah, I said it.
Say it louder, shit.
She's the only reason Endgame has any bad parts because I love most of Endgame except for the part she's in.
Well, take the Marvels. Did you go watch the Marvels? I did.
I barely got through that, man. That was on streaming. I haven't watched the whole movie. I watched about maybe a little bit over half of it, and I was watching for Kamala. I was not watching for Brie Larson.
And that's the thing. Most people watch the Marvels were not watching it for Brie Larson because the positive review that came out of the Marvels wasn't for Captain Marvel, the character, and it wasn't for Brie Larson's acting. Most people like Iman Vellani, Miss Marvel.
Yeah.
That's who we liked. She was more fun in that shit.
And
Tiana Parrish, I can see her looking sexy, but she need more white parts where the black was. And so I see some shit. Stop trying to hide the fact that she got hips and shit. Look, Sharon Stone, Pamela Anderson, Anna Nicole. That is what Hollywood turns out. They always looking for another one. The new one that'll come after running at the same time is Sydney Sweeney. Is Sydney Sweeney a hell of an actress? I don't know. But they do put her boobies up there. So you can see that she got a rack of ribs on her. Okay. She's nice to look at. Charlize Theron, what's her thing? Angelina Jolie, what was her thing? She had them black looking lips and a big ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see them.
Hollywood pushes.
I can see him pushing Sydney. Yeah.
At least Sharon Stone has some talent. We ain't talking about that Catwoman movie, are we?
Oh.
Not talking about that Catwoman movie, are we? Sharon Stone was the first one I saw in Hollywood really trying to act like a dude. She was the one out there promoting women smoking cigars and shit.
Mm.
It's like you had to get in with that community to actually have a career, to blow your career up. That's what Basic Instinct was. Remember, they filmed that in San Francisco. I remember the people out here fucking protesting when they was making this movie because they were protesting it because they were making what wasn't at the time called the LGBT stuff. They're making them look bad, that like they were all killers. They were protesting shit because they were making the community look bad. They didn't like that shit. Blew her career up though.
Yeah.
Because everybody liked to see somebody fucking on screen. Ask Halle Berry how much she got paid to do Monsters Ball, but it killed her fucking career.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
Kind of killed it because everybody was looking at her like a slut after that. Even though she's a damn good actress.
Yeah.
You can't see it in some of the last movies she's in, though. It's funny what you do for money. For money. Don't make the money, don't make the money make you.
Yeah, I would rather. Well, lately I've been watching reruns of Batman the Animated Series.
That's pretty good. I have to go back and watch the Cape Crusader to finish that shit out. Because me and Andre was having a little conversation about, or me and Malika was having.
I haven't touched that yet. I'll take a look at that.
Just related to, it's a different universe. As long as you know it's a different universe, you can watch that shit and just get whatever you get out of it and not be overly upset. Especially since you're watching Batman the Animated Series right now. Just understand that Bruce Timm can do his style in a bunch of different ways.
Okay.
So it's not a continuation of Batman the Animated Series. It's just a step to the left in a different world. This is how he wrote and they did a Batman show. That's it. So I'm not looking at it as anything with like, oh my God. Motherfucker, this ain't main continuity.
Depends on how they write it.
Yeah, look, it's not main continuity. I don't give a shit. Look, I just talked about Torchwood, right? Main character is gay as all day. Kissing men and everything. Live action. Love that show. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about that stuff. That stuff doesn't bother me like that. My whole point is the writing good? Is it thrown in there just to be thrown in there?
Yeah. I told you my position on the Justice League movies, especially after the Snyder Cut. They could have made billions off of that, but people are hard-headed.
Well, people are hard-headed, and the person that they had in charge of Warner Brothers at that time, and Sarnov or whatever it was, she didn't want that shit. She wanted to go to film direction. That's why she made that Batgirl movie that you never seen. That's why you had the Flash movie with Supergirl and Superman in it, even though she looked hot in her suit.
Yeah.
That looked hot in her suit. I'm sorry.
Movie sucked, though, but yeah, she looked hot.
Movie sucked balls. The movie sucked balls, but she did look good in her suit. So I think that's what people shooting for with Sydney Sweeney. Like, just get her some skin tight suit again. Madam Web didn't work. That sucks. I want to see her in that suit again, dude.
Yeah, Spider-Woman didn't work either. Oh, I'm sorry. Spider-Woman 84 didn't work either. I can't help it. I can't help it, man. Wonder Woman 1 was good, but Spider-Woman 84 sucked.
You keep using that joke, and me and you's the only one that actually talk about that shit. Like, man, this is just like a Spider-Man movie. All that rope swinging and shit you was doing, campaigning for Spider-Man. It's the same scenes from Spider-Man movies. You and me the only one that even say that shit. That's why I laughed. Spider-Woman 84.
That's what it
Like,
reminded me of when you see her flying through the air with the rope. I was like, really?
what I be doing? It's either Spider Woman or Indiana Jones because she constantly whipping that motherfucker. Dun, 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 dun. Like, the fuck? Pitfall Wonder Woman? Like what? Oh man, that's too bad. That's too bad for Gal Gadot because she ain't getting another Wonder Woman movie for a while.
Yeah.
That's a damn shame. Now you got to fuck with Disney on that Snow White shit. Ugh.
Ugh. I haven't even watched
I'm glad they pay y'all first.
I haven't even watched the trailer, but I heard people been trashing it like crazy.
Mm. The trailer, it looks silly. I watched the trailer last week, right? I watched it on the live, and it don't look like shit. But Jesus Christ, I don't give a shit about Snow White like that.
Yeah,
I really don't care. I do have a problem with them, remaking it and changing it to the modern feel because that's something Walt worked on, right? One of the things I love is creators, people who create their own universe, right?
Yeah.
I love that. Now, what Walt did should always stand because Walt is Walt Disney.
Yeah.
That was his name. When they dropped Walt off the title and it just became the Disney Corporation, that's when that shit started going really far left. And I was really having a problem with it because then that's showing they don't respect the person who created this shit.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the new Lion King spinoff or whatever?
I'm not interested in a Lion King spinoff. I'm not. There's a few Lion Kings I'll accept, and I'll just say this as a father who had to watch that goddamn Lion King movie. I don't hate the movie. Love the movie. I've seen it way too many goddamn times because that was all my son wanted to fucking watch. Okay? Look, you have kids and they get to something they really like, motherfucker, that shit is going to have to be on every goddamn day. They want that on an endless loop, and it will make you hate things that are actually good. I don't hate Lion King, but I've seen it enough times. I don't need to watch it in another form. So I'll take Lion King number 1. I'll take Lion King number 2. I'll take Lion King. What is it? 1.5 or whatever. I'm good.
I didn't see that one, but okay.
The remakes and CG and stuff like that. No, I don't watch. I didn't watch it. I'm not interested in watching it. Another spinoff, Mufasa. Okay, that might be interesting to watch, but I didn't watch that last CG Fest movie because I don't really like full CG movies because then I'm asking myself, what the hell am I actually watching then? What am I watching?
CG was okay. It wasn't as good as the original though.
No, I don't want something completely fucking fake. Is basically what for me in my eye. I don't want something completely fake. Like if you want to figure out why Quantumania and Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness didn't work as well, it's too much goddamn CG. You could say the stories kind of sucked. Yeah, but it's too much CG. It's nothing for you to grab onto if you're somebody who wants a little bit of realism in it. It's nothing to grab onto because it's all fake. Well, I got more imagination. I need something real to interact with. The story might hold up, but I'd be interested to see like the prequel to Mufasa. But I'm knowing what Disney produces now. I know what they make nowadays. So what is this? Is Robbie gonna come in there and be checking Mufasa? He gonna be a false king? Getting banned by his woman? I don't know. Is it out of the realm of possibility for a Disney flick? No. So I might not be that far off the mark. I know certain things that are going to come with a Disney product.
Remember, these are the people that made Peter Pan and Wendy, that movie that doesn't exist, but Dude, I still wish I could unsee that movie.
I didn't see that movie, and I'm not going to. I told you, I'm not interested in any of these new age remakes that they're making. They've already showed me from the things that I have seen that they have no love for the original material, and all they're trying to do is subvert the original material and inject a female into a position over the original character. That's it. I'm not interested. That doesn't interest me at all. And it's not because I hate females. No, it's not for any of that, because that's not It is not good storytelling, and it's
Mm.
not respectful to what came before you. It's not. I don't get into those movies. Like, perfect example. If you can think of the last Robin Hood movie you saw, or was it Robin Hood or was it King Arthur? I think it was Charlie Hudman or something like that. I didn't watch that movie just because they had, who was it, Maid Marian or something like that. She had a bigger role. She was out there fighting with swords and shit. I was like, that bitch wasn't out there doing that.
Huh?
Not in that era.
Wait, what?
No.
Okay.
I think it was Robin Hood. It was one of the two. It was one of the two. I didn't watch
that one, but okay. I didn't have.
It was a while ago. It was a while ago. Like my interests are broad, right? I didn't watch that shit because of that. I don't want to see the woman out there fighting in the middle of that shit in a time frame that she wouldn't be out there fighting. Who is that for? Women that don't know history? Come on, man. There's certain areas I'll accept that. I'm not accepting it there. That's not how that shit went. And so I don't need to be pushing that shit into my head. Yeah, Excalibur is the best King Arthur movie. Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
You'll see all your favorite actors in that shit. All your favorite British actors will be in it. Patrick Stewart, Liam Neeson, dude that was Arthur. He's in the Foundation right now. Was Brother Dusk. I'm forgetting his name at the moment. Morgan Le Fay, who was Helen Mirren. All your favorite British actors are in that shit.
Mm.
And the soundtrack is awesome. Awesome. I love the King Arthur story. So my pool stick is called Excalibur. And I didn't name it. I bought it. I had the name Excalibur on it. I was like, this is mine. I am the one true king. Yeah, First Night was good too. With Richard Gere. Yeah, it was good. Sean Connery is King Arthur. Yeah, that's my King Arthur.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, that's my King Arthur right there. I like that one. That's 007 Arthur, boy. You smack a bitch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so this acolyte shit. Look, I think the cries of the uninitiated are entertaining. They're funny.
You know,
I'm just hearing about them. I was like, yeah,
I might watch the season finale because I heard old boy got killed. The Asian dude.
Yeah, he did.
I'm like, I would watch it to see that because his character was so annoying to me. I was like, okay, dude, really? I'm like, I see what's going on. You fucked up. Yeah.
He did, but he didn't. Because the funny thing with that character is that the character starts out, you kind of understand him a little bit. He was the best thing going in the show until all of a sudden he wasn't the best thing going in the show. Right? Like if I being objective about the acolyte, some things actually work for me, right? I don't like how big the lightsabers are, but it does look a little bit cool, right? This fight scenes were too fucking dark initially, but I thought the character of the stranger was interesting in the sense that how he was fighting, right? That they couldn't really predict his movements because he was basically fighting unorthodox. But these were some shitty Jedi too. I'm trying to say what I liked about the show, but then I hit that point where none of these Jedis could feel anything in the fucking force. So I was about to go off.
Yep.
Dial it back.
They can't sense that disturbance in the force.
Yeah, that disturbance in the force was fucking killing me, dude. Every episode, like, they don't feel shit. Does nobody feel? What the? Shit was bothering the fuck out of me. His whole point, in a sense, where he's floating and flying and shit like that, was interesting, but it was never explained. So, okay, whatever the fuck. And what was the last thing? I thought Soul had a point. I didn't think Soul was wrong in killing Mother Anastasia.
Okay.
I didn't think he was wrong in that shit. Look, the bitch turned into a dark phoenix on his ass.
Yeah, well, okay.
Scared me, man. Motherfucker, what the fuck? Look, I related it to a real world circumstance. You're there, the police show up at your house to take charge of this child. with CPS. They come to get this kid.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, you pull a knife or something, start getting all buck in front of the cop, you're getting shot. You are probably getting shot.
Yep.
She turned into a whole dark Reagan in front of that motherfucker and start dematerializing the child. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but he knows the one weapon he got is his lightsaber, and he stabbed it and saw what happened. Okay. Look, tragic as it may have been, he was doing something to protect what he thought was protection. Did it go bad? Yeah, kind of. I'm going to give her to you anyway. Bitch, you should have led with that. So I'm not blaming him completely for that. That's kind of her fault. The rest of them witches dying because they want to, autopilot Cal Naka to fighting his other Jedis. If you was afraid of the Jedis, you shouldn't have been doing no shit like that. You shouldn't have been doing that shit. So yeah, you got killed. And that was on what's her name? I almost said Tobin. That wasn't her name. That was on Carrie Ann Moss's character. She killed all of y'all. She killed them. So if that was the whole coven, she just genocided that whole coven with a forced neck snap. That's on her. That's not on Soul. That's not on Master Tobin. That's not on Kalnaka. What everybody was all depressed about was, I don't know, because they had to lie, because the woman, the boss bitch that was in charge, told them all to lie. These are supposed to be Jedi. You lied and covered it up. That's why I said they more corrupt than the damn Senate, dude. What the fuck is going on with these Jedi in this generation? They might as well all die.
Yeah.
Because they either willfully incompetent or following these corrupt ass boss bitches that keep getting people to lie and cover up information. Dumbest Jedi in the timeline.
In fairness, there are some that are similarly worse in Legend. So, in fairness,
yeah, but they wasn't in this show.
That's true. That's true.
I have to judge the show on the show. If I start putting it next to Legends and stuff like that, it don't hold up, and you see how shitty it is anyway.
Yeah,
doesn't. So no, she got to go. This shit was terrible, dude. It was a terrible show.
People think I'm lying when I say there are Jedi in the Old Republic that I would have helped Darth Sidious kill.
Yeah,
without question, I would help him kill him.
Look, in this show, some of these Jedi was so dumb, I was rooting for Chimera to kill him.
Yeah.
Like, the only one I felt kind of bad for was Yord and Jecki. Because Yord just got embarrassed. He didn't get the dignity of a lightsaber. He just broke his goddamn neck. I said, that was some black chick writing that shit. His little yellow ass.
Maybe that was Vengeance for Reva. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Fan base. But Jecki, she was holding on for a minute, even though she shouldn't have been. And she just got the 3 pokes. I'm like, damn, what happened with her? I guess they don't get to go into that lesbian storyline, huh? Oh, well, that's just what it is.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Daphne Keane apparently is a decent enough actor. Fans actually like her. It would have been better if she stuck around a little while. But, you get a little bit of drama with Soul losing his Padawan and not giving a shit about just leaving a body out there like, hey, whatever the fuck. It's a bullshit. Like, nigga, your Padawan is out there laid out. Ain't gonna do nothing for these bodies? Huh. Wow. Jedi is dumb and don't give a fuck. Someone, what's up, Ghost Man? He said, does someone say Lesbo storyline? Yeah, the whole show.
I'm trying to remember what it
says Star Wars was dead after they got rid of the EU. No, apparently Star Wars was dead after Disney bought it. No, basically Star Wars was dead after The Force Awakens. No, after The Last Jedi. Because Force Awakens, there was still a little bit of hope. Okay, they did a remake. We can see what they do. Last Jedi, that shit was. Oh,
I still have.
Here we go. The roller coaster has started.
Yeah, I only watched that movie once. To this day, I have not watched it again.
And I would think it bottomed out I'd say the bottom parts of that shit was Obi-Wan Kenobi and Boba Fett. That was the bottom and almost bottoming out.
Yeah.
Acolyte is just a new low and bottom. Like if you're watching the movie The Platform, he thought it was only so many levels, and then they start descending past 200. It's like, holy shit, it ain't nothing down here. That's what the Acolyte was. Like we discovered a whole new bottom, nigga. We broke through to the negatives. Like, holy shit.
Oh, it's negative, all right. What's that Rotten Tomato score again? Like 14%?
Well, at the time of saying it was canceled, they say it was 18%, but I'm like, that mean it climbed 4%. It was 14, motherfucker.
Oh well.
When that final episode dropped, that shit was 14%, and that stuck at 14% for a while, even after Rotten Tomato glitches, which I think that means they stopped it reporting. That's what I think meant. I think they meant that they stopped that shit reporting. They didn't want to go below 14% because it probably did. Probably dropped down to 8. I'm just saying. Because the show wasn't getting any better.
Nope.
Wasn't getting any better, and it wasn't having any more viewers. So you mean it just got to 14 and stuck there? Bullshit. And then came up after cancellation? Nah.
Yeah, I got
you fucking numbers. That's what's happening. You fudging them numbers.
I told you I got ADHD watching that show. I was trying to watch and I was like, no, I got to do something else. Like, nah, I got to do something else.
If I was drinking as much as I thought I should have been drinking watching that show, I would have developed alcoholism. Fuck out of here.
I was like, no, I started watching like, no, I got to work on my content.
Yeah, work on something else. Yeah, do something productive that's more positive and more soul enriching for you. Don't drink this poison. don't drink it. It's the water of life.
Now that I got another laptop, like, I need to do some coding right now.
Yeah, no, do something else. That you was better off not watching that shit. I watched it and I'm not happy for it. And I just say, look at my face. Do I seem happier for having watched it? No, you don't need us to happy you. I feel like Obama after he did 8 years, nigga. I'm coming out gray hair and everything because I do got gray hairs in my beard like that. Like, what have I been stressing over? What the fuck?
It's like watching a Tyler Perry flick now. I watched that. I made the mistake of watching that Divorce is the New Divorce is it Black or whatever he calls it.
I haven't even seen that shit. I haven't watched a Tyler Perry movie and I don't know how fucking long. But apparently he ain't missing my view. He's successful. I'm proud of the brother for that. He's successful with shit, but it's not based on me. And he ain't missing my view. Trust me.
Yeah, but they as far as this feminist crap is starting to phase out. We don't have.
It would seem like it. Yeah, you would hope.
We don't have to see any more dark fakes or crap like that.
Here you go. I don't know if it would seem like, and this is why I say it would seem like, because it feels like it's getting lulled into a false sense of security. Mm-hmm. You would think that the media bowels are passing this feminist stone, right? That we're passing this, that it has been shown that this is not working. This is a failure. This is a loser for your companies if you're doing it. And some companies are getting away from it in a sense slowly, but phasing it out. They're gonna poop out all the rest of the stuff that's in the pipeline. They're gonna eat some roughage and clean it out and do their cleanse, and then we're gonna get to some newer material or some better material.
You mean older, newer material?
Older, newer material, yeah. I'm not sure about that.
Because I didn't know they remade The Crow. I was like, my mouth just dropped. I was like, really?
They have to. Look, I forget how long it is that you have before you lose the rights to certain things. So eventually you'll have to remake it at some point. And it may not be, you're not even making it with the intention of it being good. You may just be remaking it just in the sense of holding on to the rights. Yeah, holding on to the property. It's like Sony with Spider-Man. They're going to have to put out a Spider-Man movie eventually, right? Because they're not going to let it get up to that point where, hey, you didn't use it, so now we get it back. They're not going to let you get to that point. They're keeping that motherfucker. Spider-Man is never coming home. He is never coming home tomorrow.
Irony.
Yeah, that motherfucker is never coming home. He gonna be walking the street for Sony till his legs fall off. Okay, they ain't giving it up. Okay, it's making them too much fucking money. But because of that, they will keep putting out movies. What do you think that Amazing Spider-Man shit was? How crappy that number 2 was. What do you think that was? That was them. Look, we got to put out something. We'll do it. Fox tried it for a while, but they kept fucking up the X-Men. Losing a shitload of money. Take note, Disney, you bought a whole company because they was fucking up on the movies that they were putting out. You gonna keep riding with KK on that shit? Demetrius said he wanted to see a Mara Jade Skywalker. That was supposed to be the talks for what was supposed to lead in to Mandalorian season 3, that she was supposed to kind of show up, lead into some other stuff. But all of that stuff got scrapped when KK got involved in the writing process of season 3 and wanted to push in a different direction. That's why I said I've been waiting to see where Jon Favreau has been, chained up. Because they killed his character in season 3, and they pretty much killed his show in season 3. Now, apparently, he might have been working on the Mando and Grogu movie because he does write and direct. He is a movie director and a movie actor, so he understands both sides of this shit, in front of the lens and behind the camera. And he does his writing. Even with that, and liking Jon Favreau, being a fan of his, I'm not interested really in the Mando and Grogu movie. I'm not. That's supposed to be his season 4. Let it die, man.
Okay.
They've already tried to kill. For me, like I said before about Dave Filoni, I don't like disloyalty. I despise disloyalty. And I can't stand a fucking Judas because they're disloyal to their heart. Dave Filoni is a Judas to me, to George and to John. He's kind of sitting on top of this movie, helping John with it. Fuck him. He's trying to get some free credit on some shit, is what he's doing. I'm not really looking forward to that shit. I'm not looking forward to Dave's movie so he can redo Heir to the Empire and fuck Timothy Zahn's work up to try to bastardize it and take it for itself. Fuck you. No. So that Mando movie comes out. If it sucks, I'm not blaming John. I'm not. But I don't think the movie coming out can resuscitate anything in fucking Star Wars. It's just going to be the last gasp of what's going on in Star Wars, like Andor Season 2 would be. I'm not looking for Andor Season 2 to do anything to save Star Wars. No, I'm just looking for a good story and a finale to that character. That's it. Just leave it off in a good way that it rolls right into Rogue One, and we good. And let me know that Luthen was a Jedi. That's all you got to do. Just let me know Luthen was a Jedi, because that's what I kind of thought. Other than that, it doesn't have to do shit else for me. Just like Deadpool and Wolverine didn't have to save Marvel for me. It didn't have to do. I wasn't burdening it with doing none of that. Deadpool and Wolverine just had to be a Deadpool movie, and that's exactly what the fuck I got, with a lot more entertainment and crowd fan service. And I was happy. Is it saving the MCU? Fuck no. MCU made its own bed. They're gonna lie in it. No. And I thought it was poignant that that movie was the swan song for the Fox universe. I thought that was pretty good. You got Marvel to pay for that shit. You gave Fox a send off, like, salute to you. Thanks for the good times. And we're on to other things now. Perfect. Yeah. Let them pay for that shit.
Except for Dark Phoenix. Sorry, got to be petty.
Yeah, well, Dark Phoenix is what it is. Sophie Turner is still killing me, but Dark Phoenix was a shit movie, dude. Michael Fassbender is Magneto. He was bossed up in that shit. It was.
Oh no, I love Michael Fassbender. It's just that movie was shit.
That movie was
and
shit.
Most of Apocalypse was shit too.
And yeah, Age of Apocalypse was shit. They halfway ruined the name of Age of Apocalypse by making that piece of shit movie. I would have been more interested to see what happens with Apocalypse in the X-Men 97 season 2 than that Fox shit. And I like Oscar Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of garbage. I think the best thing out of those movies after First Class was Michael Fassbender and James McAvoy.
Days of Future Past.
Yeah. After First Class, Days of Future Past kind of set things in a different direction to bring all those characters together, which was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the movies afterwards, James McAvoy, Michael Fassbender, the chick that plays Storm was decent.
Yeah.
Quicksilver was all right. It wasn't Quicksilver from the comics, but it was kind of fun. It made it entertaining in a sense.
Yeah, he had entertaining scenes.
Jennifer Lawrence was insufferable, but if you want to talk about blonde chicks with nice boobs making their way in Hollywood, well, there's another one. Demetrius said Quicksilver was the shit. He wasn't shitty, but
at least his scenes were fun.
Yeah, his scenes were fun. He made it. That's why I said he was entertaining. It wasn't the Quicksilver from the comics, but Quicksilver from the comics is not as entertaining. He's kind of boring because he's kind of an asshole. That one in the movies was fun. You like seeing him. You like seeing him do his speed and shit. He made it entertaining. So I don't have no problem with that. Oh, don't even bring. I was not going near Archangel because that was not Archangel. That was a fairy, motherfucker. I hated that Archangel. That shit looks so trash. I'm an Archangel fan. I like Archangel in the comics. That was not it. That was not it. That was a fucking turkey vulture, man. What the fuck? That was garbage. Garbage. Oh, and I like Olivia Munn as Psylocke. Just cute. Mama Munn, as I call her on Instagram. But yeah, those movies were shit. Uh-oh. We got Maple Taser in here. What's up, Maple Leaf?
Good on, Maple Leaf.
That was good. I was asking earlier in the chat, like, what are your thoughts about that chick that was like, them canceling the Acolyte is the equivalent of the second tower going down? I was like, wow.
I kind of talked about, I was talking about those X people and Twitter people up there having their comments and shit like that. That remark was just meant for her to get views and clicks, and I'm not responding to that shit. So I heard you say it, but it was off topic because you was catching up late. I'm not responding to that shit. Fuck her. You think that's what that was? That shows how fucking young you are, because you cannot equate a national fucking tragedy to the cancellation of one shitty ass show, you dumb bitch. Shut up. That's a fucking insult to anybody who lost somebody in the towers. People who went to war after those towers failed. That's a fucking insult. Shut your stupid ass up. All that fake hair and makeup. I wasn't dignifying that shit with a response. I wasn't. Because, like I told you guys, I don't have X. I don't have Twitter. I got a new phone. It comes on the new phone. I thought about starting an account. I don't really want to do that because it's too much extra shit I'm going to have to deal with. Following and tweets and shit popping up on my phone all the goddamn. I get enough news reports popping up on my phone. I don't need this pop up of somebody saying something dumb on fucking Twitter or X. No, man. I know that's where the views are. If you want to have a bigger channel, that's probably what you should do. You should probably do some TikTok. You should probably do some Twitter. Yeah, I know that, but I don't fucking want to. Say it's the Gen X in me. It's like, yeah, I know that's the way the stream rolls, but I'm swimming this way. Nah, fuck it. I don't feel like picking up that burden, because it's just going to be a level of shit and negativity I'm going to have to engage in, and I don't want to. I don't.
Yeah. This whole thing has been hilarious. It's like once they canceled the Acolyte, when when I seen other people going over people's comments on it, like
Mhm.
congratulations, you bigots, you finally won. And it's like, what?
How did we win? Yeah, how the fuck did we win? If you think I'm a bigot, how did I win when I didn't even want the show to be fucking made? So how did I win? The whole show got made.
No show is how much money they spent on that show? 180 some odd million
Yeah.
dollars.
$180 million for 8 episodes. Like, are you kidding me?
$108 million for 8 episodes, which took money from other shows that should have been better.
Yep.
And you think I won? I didn't win. Do I look like a fucking winner right now? I suffered through those 8 episodes, wondering where'd the money go. They obviously didn't spend it on script.
Sure
They
did.
obviously didn't spend it on sets. And it damn sure wasn't spent on the talent.
Shit, sorry, I had a phone call.
So where'd the money go?
Yeah, exactly. Like they're that's what I was saying. They're calling her lesbian headlamp now. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, some other people called her that. But she did that to herself because every interview I saw her give, the first thing out of her mouth is how she's a lesbian. I was like, we can't look at you. We look at you and we don't care. We're not interviewing you about your sex life. We're interviewing you about this goddamn show.
And
why don't you leave it at that?
I finally looked her up and see what she looked like. I was like, yeah, it makes sense why the shows were going in this direction.
That
I didn't know what she looked like prior to that. But when I did, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, look, dude.
We don't care about that crap.
I don't care who's a lesbian and who's gay.
Yeah.
None of that shit actually matters to me. That is not the reason why I'm tuning into an interview. That's not the reason why I want to hear what you have to say about a show. It's none of that. The only time that shit actually fucking matters is if we meet somewhere and I'm talking to you to figure out if you into me or not.
Yeah.
And since we're not fucking dating, it doesn't fucking matter.
And like,
why don't you tell me about the show and what went into your thought process on making something in the Star Wars universe?
Because I was watching like Nerdrotic and Drinker where they were doing the review of the Acolyte, and like they were just like, if we're all bigots, as you say, then why did we like House of the Dragon? That was a female lead. There was lots of females in there.
It was, but
like there was a diverse cast. They even had the old Gibbet stuff in there too. Like, we still liked it, except for the last episode. That's the agreement.
The last episode was shit.
Yeah.
Last episode was a letdown, and I'm really thinking like they could let the wrong people write that episode. That was bullshit. I was not happy with that last episode.
If we're all bigots, why do we like the show?
Because we're not fucking bigots. I told y'all before the show came out, they were saying this shit. Like the week before, 2 weeks before, they were saying all of this shit. And I told you, all that was a cloak. That was the shield they're using to protect themselves. Mm-hmm. Because they knew the show was going to be a loser and nobody was talking about it beforehand. So what they did is they got out there right before the show dropped and started trying to say that it was all this LGBT shit because they wanted that group of people to come out and protect this show. That's what they were looking for. They were using them as a shield. And I found it reprehensible that they would use that community in that way. They use black women and the LGBT to try to protect and deflect criticism for this show. That was bad. Mm-hmm. It was just a bad show and they fucking knew it. That's why they tried to pull that group in to protect them from that shit. It's insulting. Now, it's more insulting for people from that community to stand out in front of this shitty ass show and do the protected. You were a useful idiot at that point. That's what you are. Look, it's something that I understand from black folks, and I think I understand from the counterculture shit, right? You need to be aware of how people try to use you to further their own goals. Black folks always know if you work somewhere where it's predominantly white folks and you taking a company picture and they always want to have your ass front and center, What do you know they're doing? They're using you to say they diverse. They're putting your ass front and center for they magazine and they promotional material because they want to use your black ass for cover. See, look, we got a black person here.
Like artisan. Speaking about that, like my last construction job, like it was like a company fucking barbecue, right? And like they were taking pictures, but I didn't know at the time, right? And like they kept pressuring me. They're like, "Why don't you go hang out with these guys?" I'm like, "No, I'm good over here." And then I later found out that they took a bunch of pictures and put it on Instagram
because they need the photo op
in the room that they wanted me to be in. So I'm like, good thing I wasn't there because I was the only black dude there.
My daughter, for her time in school, the schools we put her in private school her whole time, right? Middle school years, junior high, high school. She was in private schools. You know, every private school always tried to use her for that shit. Every time. Even when she went to college, they was trying to put her ass on the cover of their pamphlets and shit. Some random pictures. Why? To make them look diverse. It's a put on. It's a game. It's like put your monkey ass out there because they want to use you. You just have to be aware of it as a black person. You can use it to benefit you, but don't sit there and fight their battles for them and be mouthpiece and they talking points. No, you know what these motherfuckers is doing. They're using you. It's better if you're aware of that shit than it is, oh no, they love me. No, they don't.
Well,
Ice Cube said it way back in the 90s. They'll have a new nigga next year.
Like, I'm not sure about like the House of the Dragon lore, but I think they did the diversity well in that. Like, I mean, the L Gibbet stuff, like whatever, right? But like, I think with the whole the Valerians, how the Valerians are all like black with like white hair or whatever. Because I don't know the lore or anything, but
they're not black. They're not black in the lore. And the only thing that got them over with that shit is that, what's his name? Stephen Toussaint is a damn good actor. That Corliss Valerian shit, as far as I know, Corliss ain't black in the books, right? But he is such a good damn actor. He's like, yeah, fuck all that. It's okay. Let this motherfucker cook. He's a good ass actor. Yeah, his singing is always interesting.
He has a strong character.
But the rest of them, it looks silly. They look silly. Like, okay, whatever the fuck. But they weren't black. But it's being handled in a way that's different. The acting has to be there. The story is still good. Right? So because the story is good and the color is not necessarily intrinsic to the characters, that those characters, the only thing that's important is that they have fucking white hair. It doesn't matter what color they are because the character is, I guess in some senses, intact and the performance is good. Which means if Amanda Stenberg was any good at acting, it wouldn't matter if Osha or May was black or not. If it was written well, it wouldn't fucking matter. Nobody'd be talking about that because nobody is right now. Only people talking about the fact that she's black is her and the writer. Everybody else is talking about how shit the writing is and how dumb this character is and how she's not able to fucking act or emote. She emotes like Brie Larson, or excuse me, Breast Larson. Andre's sounds like a porn star name at that point. Breast Larson. Large son. Breast or large son. That's the problem. The writing is shit and acting is equally. If it was awesome, she would be getting the same positive praise that I must fuck the name of this time. Ji Zhong Lee was getting for Soul for the first 3 episodes. She would have been the standout if her acting was any good. Lee Zhong-jae, I think this is.
I never watched the Acolyte, but the Asian dude in there. It's like the reviews that I've been hearing, they're kind of just like, like he got put in an unfortunate position, and they hope that he gets a better role. Like, and go back to Squid Games. The Acolyte wasn't it.
Oh yeah, and I would say this: at least on my platform, you got to repeat your own words. You got to speak your own thoughts. You just can't repeat other people's talking points from other shows. That's irritating to me because I know you have a brain, and I've already heard what they have to say. You up here. I want to hear what you have to say, not repeating what somebody else has to say.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Just saying, that's just me. That's just me for my platform. I like original thought, not regurgitated. The same shit that I'm hating them on the Acolyte for is the same shit I don't like from people in my real life talking to them.
Because you were the first person to actually tell me that he was in the Acolyte. Because yeah, I seen him in Squid Games. I'm like, how did he end up on a TV show like this?
Because they paid him. How does any actor end up on any show?
They pay him.
How did Wesley Snipes end up in Deadpool and Wolverine? Somebody paid his ass to show up. They made a call. He said yes, and they paid him to show up.
How did he end up in Coming to America too?
Wesley, Eddie paid him, and that shit was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Look, if you want to go further back than that, how did he end up in Chirac? How did he end up in Chirac?
Paid him.
Because Spike Lee paid him to be Cyclops.
Apparently, like the good thing for that actor is that he apparently learned English for this role.
Yeah, that's been talked about since the first episode. But apparently, learning English and understanding English is two separate things because he obviously didn't understand how shit of a script he was reciting or memorizing. He obviously didn't, which is it's not a bad mark on him per se, but he memorized his lines. Yeah, he did. He don't understand the impact this shit was having apparently because this was bad. If so, I hope somebody translated this shit into Korean for him so he can read it and understand that this is probably shit. I hope. Because I don't think his career should take a hit. His career will probably take a glancing blow for this shit, but he was one of the better parts of the whole 8 episodes. Him, Manny Jacinto. That's it. I don't think anybody is shitting on them for that because neither one of them have came out shitting on the fan base about it.
You know, that's the thing that I have with like actors is like even if they play like even if they're acting in a bad movie or show, like if they're pretty much if they're able to like steal the show even in the shitty fucking show or movie, like that's a sign of good acting to me.
Yeah, I mean, him being the best thing in the show says something about how bad the show was because he was the only one that didn't know English when he started this shit. The rest of the people understood English, and the show was still terrible. I mean, who's the other person that doesn't take a hit in this show? Carrie Ann Moss. She don't take a hit in this show. When it comes up to talk about this show, you forget at times she was even in this motherfucker. You forget about that. Like, oh yeah, that's right. Carrie Ann Moss was in that shit. Yeah, catch your check and move on, Carrie. You did some good work. Let me give you that easy layup for a character who genocided a whole coven of witches. Shit, killed all the females. What's wrong with you, girl? And Rainfire, what's up, Rainfire? He says Spike and Wesley taking an L for Chirac. You know what? Here's the thing with Chirac. The story at base is from Greek or something like that. Okay, fine, whatever. Chirac introduced me to Tiana Parrish. Black Lives Matter girl. Mascot.
Yeah,
I'm not. I like some of the songs out of that Chirac shit. I do. Even with Nick Cannon got to playing Tupac.
Wait.
I hate it, man. It ain't the best Spike Lee movie. It's not the best Spike Lee movie, but
Nick Cannon playing Tupac, that's crazy.
Yeah, because that's basically what it was. Look, I'll show it to you if you've never seen Chirac.
I've seen a couple episodes. Yeah.
No, it was a movie. It wasn't a series. It wasn't a series. Wait a minute. Here we go. Not my city. Not pray for my city. What is this? This is just the audio. All right, let's say fair use, and I'll pause this shit so I can actually edit it out later because my last video got demonetized all over the fucking place. Boy, that shit took so long to actually get.
Yeah, I'm
put up. It was on my ass, dude. I had to mute out damn near everything. It's so chopped up now after they went through with that new editor. Like, cut out the whole Dennis Green fight scene. Shit don't even make sense. The video end, and I don't see Beastly Nerd in here yet. Beastly, I didn't cut you off like that. That was YouTube cut that shit off like that. That end of that video ends where I asked Beastly what he thought of Alien Romulus, and the video just fucking ends. I'm like, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. That was not me. They cut that shit off, and oh my god!
Have you seen that?
I have not.
Okay.
I told you I'm not trying to watch bad shit, and I heard from people like.
Okay. I've heard mixed reviews on Alien Romulus.
It's been mixed, but I'm a fan of Aliens, so I would watch it. I wanted to watch it with a chick to see if they were scared of that shit. So I haven't went and watched it. But this is a Chirac song. So where am I at? 253. So I know where to edit this shit out of. All right, that's enough of that shit. But that was one of the songs from the soundtrack of Chirac. It didn't sound bad to me. Had a little bop to it, but the whole thing is it's two different gangs. It's warring gangs, and Nick Cannon is one of the gangs. He's wearing purple, and Cyclops gang wears orange. And Cyclops is Wesley Snipes' character. So it was interesting, but it was more that I think they're doing that shit over in Korea right now, where women was going to take control of everything by not having sex with the men. They're going to stop all this fighting and war by not having sex with the men. I'm like,
oh, good luck with that.
Yeah, you know, men fight regardless, right? You're just going to make them more frustrated, and the fighting is going to be more brutal, man. You're going to suffer, but okay.
Well, I just think that's the thing. I think it's just something that's been over exaggerated in the West, because like BGS and like other content creators have been playing clips of like Korean women saying that like, yeah, that's a thing, but like this is a small minority of like women actually doing that shit.
It's always a small minority. The problem nowadays with this shit is that social media makes people blow stuff up bigger than it is to make you think it's a lot more people than it actually is. Like all these goofies crying about the Acolyte, it's not really a big group. Otherwise, it would have been represented in the show numbers.
I heard the thing about giving the Redskins back their names because when it went back and did the research, turned out there was just a bunch of knuckleheads on X. They were complaining about, you know, if in India, it wasn't the actual Indians.
No, it wasn't actual Native Americans. Why would actual Native Americans hate their tribe being prominent?
And it's not even just like the official numbers of people viewing it, because like great movies and shows always have like a replay value, right? So it's like you might have seen this movie by yourself or with some friends, but then you're with a different group of friends, you want to watch it again, and you're paying again.
Yeah, I mean, even shitty movies do in some senses. If it's not that objectively bad, like Art of Idmore was in here, I watch Rubber right now.
Oh my god!
If you wanted to watch Rubber,
shit for that,
I would watch Rubber. I would watch Rubber again live on Patreon just to sit there and watch it with folks and have a laugh. Why? Is it an awesome movie? No. Motherfucker. It's goofy as shit, but it's a fun movie to watch. This is what you do with your friends. Like, hey, you coming over? What you gonna do? Oh, we can watch some movies or something. You watch some shitty stuff. Acolyte will not be one of those movies to watch, nigga. Won't be one of those movies. That's one of those shows. Like, hell no, I ain't watching that. It'd be like the rest of you guys wanting to watch The Last Airbender by M. Night Shyamalan. Some of you real fans of that shit, like, hell no, I'm never watching that. I watched a guy who moves slow run from across the comic shop to turn that shit off when I put Last Airbender on the screen.
It was that bad? Wow.
He ran like, no. Laughed my ass off, dude. No, you don't even want to watch it. No. Acolyte is one of those shows. No replay value.
Dark Fate's one of those movies.
Dark Fate probably is. I didn't watch it. I took no advice on that one. You and AM said it wasn't worth watching, and AM did a stream about it. Like, that nigga was really upset about that.
Yeah.
I don't need to catch that. I know his taste, and I know what he'd find objectionable. I listened to his commentary. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need to watch it.
Genesis was more watchable. It was more fun.
What's that?
Genesis, the movie that came before that.
Genesis, yeah. I seen that one and Salvation. I think I got a burned copy of both of those. So I seen those. That's why I was mixing up which one came before the other one. I hate it when they usually using numbers and then start going to
Salvation
names.
came first.
Yeah, start going to names like, motherfucker, you fucked it up for me. Now I got to number these things by the year it came out. keep them in order.
Like I was saying, I was watching AM for a while, so it's like I took his word on the Marvels and also Love and Thunder. The Marvels I still have, and also the Woman King and Black Panther 2. Wakanda Forever.
Anybody could have told you that shit by looking at it. Look, I watched every one of those movies because I always try to give these things a chance. I always do. I always try to give them a chance. And Woman King historically was fucked up.
Yeah.
Historically it was fucked up. But I watched it for what it was to see what good can be pulled out of that shit, because that's how I always weigh it, right? I want to see what's in it and what could be salvaged, what could have been taken in a different direction, right? I'll give it a chance. I didn't think it was bad. Okay, whatever the fuck. I want to see those characters get some shine. I don't give a fuck about no Captain Marvel 2. I wasn't watching that movie for person. I wasn't. That movie was dead if they didn't put those other. Nobody was.
Nobody watched that movie for Bret Larson.
If you take Ms. Marvel and Monica Rambeau out of that movie, nobody is showing up to watch it at all. I wouldn't have got the numbers to get. Nobody. Because Brie Larson is unsufferable to the fan base. And attacks.
AB, since you're up here real quick, like, what are your thoughts on Pedro Pascal and
Hold on. I'm not done. Don't keep trying to change the topic on my show.
My bad. I was just wondering.
Yeah, the other two that you mentioned, Wakanda Forever, that was a non-start too. It was a non-start. Nobody wanted to see Shuri as Black Panther.
Nope.
Happened in the comics. Nobody was looking forward to seeing that. Now they got Ryan Coogler to come back and write it, but Ryan Coogler was kind of fucked up, and you saw what Victoria Alonso's input on that movie was. It was to pivot it to make the Atlanteans the stars of the shit. Winston Duke was sidelined in a movie that he got more praise from in the first one. He was sidelined. Nobody wanted to see that shit.
And what was messed up about them doing that Wakanda Forever movie is, like, there were so many signatures asking, like, signing for them to recast Black Panther, yet they still went ahead with Wakanda Forever.
Because Victoria Alonso is not interested in promoting black dudes. She's not interested in that shit. She was interested in promoting Latino culture and LGBT. And that's what you got in Wakanda Forever. Which is, from what my understanding, would be an insult in Africa.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I like from Wakanda Forever is Rihanna's song "Lift Me Up." That's about it.
Lift me up. What did I like? I like Namor was interesting.
Yeah,
it's kind of silly. Well, it's kind of silly because they didn't go the direction they should have. That there was leads in that they could have did for Victor Von Doom and some other shit. They didn't do that. Him just showing up and wrecking the city was fucked up. Them killing off my girl.
The lower character deserved to die, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, because she went off the fucking rails. It's like, holy shit, you had a queen for 10 minutes. This bitch is losing her mind. Like, what happened? Look, it was some good parts, it was some bad parts, a lot of bad parts in that shit.
The whole time I was watching Shuri, I was like, would somebody give her a man, please? So she clearly needs one, but maybe that's my sexism coming out, but you know.
You call it what you want to. I wasn't interested in Shuri too much, even though I liked Letitia Wright as an actress.
Yeah,
I didn't mind her version of Shuri is not the version from the comics. We all know that shit. But snarky Shuri, millennial Shuri, yeah, whatever the fuck, right? I damn sure didn't like Ironheart.
To be fair,
Riri, I didn't like her at all. That was garbage.
To be fair, it was funny. So I got to call my favorite colonizer.
My favorite colonizer. Yeah, that was funny as shit. Yeah, they did make Namor look weak as fuck. Like,
and the best scene in that movie, in my opinion, still is when she went to the other plane and old boy showed up.
Yeah,
Michael B. Jordan showed up. That was the best scene in the movie.
Killmonger was there. What's up, cuz?
Yeah, like you guys know better.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish for a minute, Andre. My bad. I love that scene because that was her answer to saying, "Oh, you didn't believe, T'Challa, your father. Go sit over there."
You didn't want to believe.
You're up. You go talk to her.
Yeah, you got to go to the place with the non-believers. Hey, what's up, cuz? Like, you here too? What's happening? I didn't believe either.
Like, why are you here? He's like, why are you here?
Yeah,
what you doing? I was just saying real quick. It's like I didn't actually watch it, but I heard there was a good fight scene in there. But that fight scene was two dudes.
It was some decent.
Yeah, it was decent fighting. Yeah,
some decent fights. Yeah, I'm not going back to watch that shit again. I watched it once. That's like me and AB talking about The Last Jedi. I watched it once, my nigga. Once. I am never watching that shit again. Not Last Jedi, not Rise of Skywalker, not Wakanda Forever. I'm not watching that shit again. I have not. There's a mental block. There's a mental block there. Can't force myself to watch it again.
You don't want to watch
in the space. They were calling it the Gynocracy Forever.
No, it was Wakanda Forever. But that got exactly all she wanted in that shit, and it was trash. I have been stripped of my powers and give me 2 of those light up popcorn holders. You're right. They did have some little special popcorn holders for that shit. I forgot about that.
Yeah, with the exception of Force Awakens, I
can't beat Namor head up, but she can thrash. T'Challa. Here's the thing. Namor, he like Aquaman. He like a little Hulk, dude, without hulking out. He's strong as shit. That motherfucker can swim to the bottom of the ocean and hold up all that weight under his body. That nigga just wearing the Speedo.
Yeah, the deeper you go.
Strong as shit. He's strong as shit. So, yeah, they ain't standing up going blow for blow, but T'Challa and Namor always kind of tussle a little bit. But T'Challa got something for his ass. Like Batman, like, yeah, I got something for you. Fuck around and find out, Superman. Fuck around and find out. Keep talking that shit. Same thing that T'Challa do with Namor. Like, I will kill you. You're going to do this Illuminati shit for a minute, but when this is over, I'm going to kill your ass. For what you did. But yeah, those movies, and Love and Blunder, oh my fucking God, dude.
I got through about half of that and stopped watching. I don't really care what happened at the end. I just don't.
That's good for you. I watched the whole fucking thing and I was just like, that was bullshit. That was absolutely silly bullshit.
I watched half the movie and fell asleep.
You saw the best part when you fell asleep. You fell asleep. You saw the best part of it. Your eyelids. I watched the whole thing too. That was shit. They shit the bed on that, letting people just go too goofy and not having a good handle on that shit. And like I said, I like Taika Waititi as a director. He does some funny movies. That wasn't the one that should have been funny. That wasn't it. You needed a handler on that one. He needed a handler on that one because I'm not a fan of Ragnarok like that. Excuse me. There was some good stuff in Ragnarok, but it was too goddamn silly for me. It wasn't. I don't need Hulk, baby Hulk, run around like a mad Spectrum kid. Fuck you. No.
I actually got to rewatch Romulus because I fell asleep for like the last half an hour, 45 minutes of the movie. I fell asleep. I was
Seems
in
to
and out
be
of sleep.
a reoccurring thing for you.
Well, I worked a lot those days where I fell asleep in the theaters. But,
Yeah, I do that too sometimes, but yeah, don't waste your money if you're gonna fall asleep on it.
well, also too, it's like I paid for 40X, which is like a 3D with like the seats moving, and it's like when it's like lightning, like the shit lights up, and like when it's raining, like there'll be mist and stuff, and my seat wasn't working properly.
Yeah, so you like wasting money. It's expensive.
Like
Look, IMAX out here is about $22, $23. I'm not doing 40X, which is going to be like damn near $30 for a moving seat for a shitty movie that I'm gonna fall asleep in. If there's a chance I'm falling asleep, I'm not spending extra on it. I'll go
40X
see.
is usually good.
I think I went to see Avengers in IMAX.
Oh yeah, I went to see Avengers in IMAX. Well, no, I saw it. I didn't see it in IMAX. First Avengers? No, I didn't see that one in IMAX. It's one of the other ones I did see in IMAX because at that time I was still going to my local theater. So that was not an IMAX screen, but I was doing movie nights and stuff like that through the comic shop. So I was bringing a group of people to come see the movie.
Was Deadpool and Wolverine? I've seen that in 40X. That was definitely worth the money.
Yeah, I saw it in IMAX. It was worth it. It was more fun. And don't even talk about Demetrius. Don't even talk about gore. That was not gore. It was Christian Bale. That wasn't gore. Yeah, gore. That gore was weak as shit. God butchering name only. Like I didn't see him butchering no gods. I saw one person get killed, and everything else was terrifying and looking like the little shadow creatures from the Ghost movie with Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is stupid. That's another movie. Like, where'd the money go? Where is the money? That don't look like how much you say you spent on it. Where's that fucking money? You got everybody family in that shit, everybody kids and stuff in that shit, dude. You just had a free for all. Where's the money?
Artisan, what's your thoughts on The Crow? Because I wanted to go watch it, but like it's getting shitty fucking reviews.
Yeah, I haven't went to see it yet. I'm a fan of the Crow character and concept.
Yeah, I like the premise.
But I haven't seen the movie. I thought about going to see it today. I didn't go see it yesterday. And I'm thinking about going to see it tonight. It's like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I said it at the beginning of the show. That's why I don't like recapping this shit. You should have been here. But
sorry, I can't wait.
Yeah, but I don't really want to see anything else bad right now because I'm still recuperating from the Acolyte. I don't want to watch anything bad. And the reviews that I was hearing from people that I trust is kind of mixed. And I'm a fan. So I'm like, I don't know if I got it in me to watch something else bad right now. I really don't. So if
By the way, have you seen Romulus?
I hadn't finished my thought, Andre.
My apologies.
If I don't go see it and wait for streaming, then that's just what will happen. But if I go see it in the theater, I have to have my strength up. And no, I have not seen Alien Romulus for that same reason. Mixed reviews, some copy and paste shit that I'm not interested in at all. So I'm like, I don't even want to see that shit. I don't need to see no black dude saying Ripley's line to try to take that from Ripley.
Well, actually, the best character in that movie was the black.
Hey, Arson, I'm about to go. I'll catch you later. Peace,
AB. That was the AB Media pimp your shit. If you need to, I don't think you need to, but
yeah, I'm at youtube.com/@AB Media 83.
AB Media 83.
I'm out.
Peace to you, Instant Media. That's the A Mizzle to the Mizzle. Hey, Bizzle beaming out of here. Appreciate AB coming through. I got to go back and listen to your stream yesterday on the Coliseum because I caught BGS's after show yesterday, and y'all know I don't like talking about politics online, but heard a little bit of BGS's show last night, and what he was talking about. I said, okay, I might have to hear some of this about what these motherfuckers was saying because I just like to know things.
Yeah,
Just like
I caught
to
some
know.
of it. They were like reviewing like it seemed like a BBT video.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know.
Yeah.
I do not know. My brother said The Crow wasn't that good. It only has made 2 million so far. Ouch. That's bad. But here's the thing with that, with how much The Crow made so far. Can anybody think about what the fan reception to the trailer for The Crow was? Wasn't good. The movie was getting negative reviews just from the trailer. People were talking about it was shit and everything else. Just from the trailer. So that was months ago. Think that died down? It was like this motherfucker was getting shit on before it even showed up. Just from a trailer. Just from a trailer. So I was going to give it a chance anyway because it's a Crow. It's a Crow movie. I'm a fan. I've seen the bad ones. I've seen the good one. I watched it. I'm a completionist, right? If there's 5 parts to it and 3 of them has been shitty, I'm going to see the 5th part too, just to finish it out. Okay. So I was going to see it regardless. Just look, I would like a new take on The Crow if you can bring that IP along to make it better. If it's going to be modern, it's going to be fucking modern, right? But I'd want to see that understanding of that character coming back around because I get into vengeance stories or vengeance spirits and stuff like that. I like that kind of shit. Ghost Rider, Punisher, take pick. Spawn, take your pick. I like those kind of characters.
Exactly.
So whatever they did in this movie, I was giving them some leeway to do something because understanding from the Crow comic books, it wasn't always Eric even anyway. So a Crow can bring back a spirit. It can be anybody. This movie just happens to be the Crow. It just happens to be Eric. Okay, it's Eric. Okay, you want to start from zero? Start from zero. Let me see what you do. Let me see what you put forth, and I'll judge it on that. I'm not matching it up to the Brandon Lee movie. Why? Well, the same reason I don't match Jared Leto's performance of Joker up to Heath Ledger's performance of the Joker. Because you can't beat a dead man. You're never going to win. You are never going to win being compared to a dead person. The actor died doing the role. You will not surpass that. Reason being, if you do, you're shitting on the dead person. Usually, we don't speak ill of the dead. So, nobody playing the Joker after Heath Ledger is going to be accepted as being, oh, that was the awesome Joker. No. It's not going to happen. And nobody playing the Crow after Brandon Lee is going to be like, oh, that's an awesome Crow. It ain't happened yet. I'm not expecting it to. That's just what it is. So I'm just watching it to watch it to see what it is for itself. It doesn't have to be the 90s movie because I was alive in the 90s watching this shit when the fucking movie came out. It wasn't a big blockbuster. Wasn't. That's why it's a cult following. You had to be in a cult that actually read the comic to like the shit to even see the fucking movie.
Personally, I
The
think I'm
only
gonna
reason
watch
people were coming to it was because it was Brandon Lee, and he got fucking killed doing it.
Personally, I think I'm gonna watch it regardless of what I hear because I like a good revenge story.
I
So I'm
like
gonna
a
watch
good
it based
revenge
off
story,
that.
but some of the shit that I was hearing in this was like some of the complaints I was hearing from people about it, the review I've heard about it, because unfortunately I did watch some reviews, like I said, from some people, some reviewers I actually trust, right? Drug use and tattoos is what this generation is known for. It is. So I heard people making complaints. Oh, it looked like Jared Leto's Joker. Well, Jared Leto's Joker looks like fucking Machine Gun Kelly. Is that not somebody who's in your popular sphere nowadays? Is that not one of your generation's productions? Am I supposed to be shocked that they doing drug use? That's what you motherfuckers do nowadays, right? I don't take Molly. I don't even know what the fuck Molly is. It's not in my consciousness as something we just get into. If you had the Crow sitting around smoking weed, I'd be like, okay, now I can relate. But all the tattoos and doing drugs and shit, no, I don't relate to that shit. That is some emo kid shit for today's audience. Not mine. So I'm looking for some things in here not to make any goddamn sense to me. Because it ain't necessarily made for me. It's made for y'all motherfuckers. You know, the ones that like chicks with sleeved up arms and shit like that. I'm surprised people having a complaint about fucking tattoos when they themselves might have a bunch of fucking tattoos. How's that a complaint nowadays? That seems like it's contemporary.
I'm on the fence about chicks with sleeved up arms and
Me
tattoos
too.
on their knuckles. I'm on the fence.
Look, chicks with sleeved arms is not attractive to me, but it kind of depends, right? I like some tattoos on some chicks, certain tattoos, right? Like, I saw what picture today of Bella Thorne, right? If y'all know who Bella Thorne is, she's an actress, Caucasian actress. She's cute, but she keeps getting more tattoos. But because she models, she's getting actually tasteful and small tattoos. And it's really interesting where she keeps putting them. So, little tattoo here, like some squiggly lines, some Sanskrit or some shit like that. Really small right here. Something really small right above her knee or something like that. Right? It's small tattoos. You can see that they're there, but they're not broadcast all over their shit like they're trying to look like a NASCAR driver. Okay, that might be kind of tasteful. Still makes it kind of cute, right? Some of this other shit that I see where it's all over and stuff like that, that is not attractive to me. I almost don't even see a woman at that point. Because at least in my mind, growing up, that kind of shit is reserved for dudes. Bikers, Hells Angels, gang members. That's what that shit is reserved for. I'm not looking for a woman with that kind of energy. Because one of the things I understand, if you go in for that much tattoo, you really hate yourself. And you really don't want people to look at you.
Well, shout out to AM because he did say before that, like, if you're attracted to that kind of stuff, that just means that you need to put in more work and realize the reason why you like these kind of women and why they're around you. There's a reason. It's not random.
No, because you think they loose. Because you think they loose.
Well, that and like tattoos, like typically means they have some sort of issues, when dudes, especially like black dudes, be on some like I could fix her or I could change her type shit.
Yeah, they've had something possibly troubling. The more that they want to, if you want to believe your body is a temple, right? The more they're into desecrating the temple and putting graffiti all over the temple, the more they don't want people to look at them because something bad has probably happened to them in their life. And it's probably sexually. It's a psychological thing. I told y'all what one of my exes had told me before. She said, "Why do you never see a bumper sticker on a Ferrari?" And this, her explanation for why she don't have a bunch of tattoos, is because you don't mess up perfection. You never see a bumper sticker on a Ferrari, so she didn't believe in getting tattoos on herself. She had a nice body. I can see why. Why would she want to cover it up? Who is she trying to avert the gaze of? That goes into people I understand from my upbringing is understanding why certain women get so big in life on purpose. It's usually a signal that if they started out small and they got really big, it's because something inappropriate has happened to them. And they put on that weight to avert the gaze of people that will want to do that to them again. It's like a coping thing. They do it to protect themselves. So they build up all this fat around them so they look unattractive, so nobody wants to do that to them again. It's a psychological thing. I see the same thing with tattoos because the more they look pointless, like just a bunch of random shit all over this person's body, the more it seems like they don't even have a clear idea of what kind of art design they going for. It's just a bunch of shit all melded together. I can understand, hey, I got this tat right here, and it's dragging in some other stuff in my kids' names or some shit. Okay, it's on your shoulder. Maybe you can cover it up when you're working. It's not that big of a deal. All this shit right here, and motherfucker, what is your job? I don't get it. What's up, Toya? I know you got the tattoo on the forearm.
And 3 more.
That sounds like a scavenger hunt.
Toy, you don't have tattoos on your knuckles, do you?
No. Our knuckles. Yeah, that's
no.
some other shit.
No.
Every time I see that on anybody, I'm thinking, oh, they must want a box.
Right.
A chick, you got tattoos on your knuckles? Bitch, who is you? You a leg breaker? You do MMA? What the fuck? You better have a profession that smiles at that.
I just wanted to chime in and say to your previous point that a lot of times I typed in the back chat armor because, obviously you guys know I used to be heavy set. Mm-hmm. And a lot of what I explain to people about how I was able to lose it and keep it off is that I no longer needed that protective armor. And I found other ways to feel safe and secure. And it's about establishing boundaries. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't like it when folks establish boundaries, but it's about you, not them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying about the fat thing is that it became armor. And one person who told me that was an older woman in my life, and something happened to her. And she said she understood why she put on the weight that she put on because that's exactly what it was. It was armor. To try to, in her young way of understanding how to keep stuff like that from happening to her again. If I looked more unattractive, it wouldn't happen. Yeah. So that whole thing, I was watching another video on a psychologist talking about tattoos and tattoos on women and what that kind of signals. Why it's kind of a turnoff. Like Rainfire is saying right here, green and grayish skin is not aesthetically pleasing. No. Like, obviously I'm black. I've worked around a lot of black men. On really dark men, I don't think tattoos make any sense. Because seeing how they look when they get older or where they are now, you can't even see the shit. It just looks like a bunch of scrawled shit on them. You can't even see it.
Well, you're supposed to get touch-ups every couple of years.
Yeah, that's like, people putting in porcelain fillings and shit like that. They want you to come back for the movement. That's just recurring revenue stream. But unless your skin is really light, nobody's going to be able to see that shit. Not at all. It just ends up just looking like a mess on you. Like green or grayish skin is not aesthetically pleasing. No, it's not. It looks like a dead body. I like natural bodies, and the green arm and leg away looks spoiled. Yes. I like natural bodies. I think women are beautiful. I do. I think women's bodies are beautiful. I don't see that improved by covering it up with tattoos and random shit. That's why I say it ends up looking like a NASCAR driver. I got a penguin here, and I got this duck over here, and I got the back of my calf, got this on it, and then on the inside of my thigh, I got the duck bill, and this message, eat at Joe's. Like, what the fuck, dude? What is all that? I'm kind of an artist. None of that shit makes sense together. If you're gonna go for a theme, go for a fucking theme.
Well, Artisan,
Keep it
Artisan,
consistent.
I don't know if you remember Artisan when I was talking about like my daughter's teacher was she was a bad Latina, and to what Trell just said in the chat, he's talking about a teacher with a full sleeve. Yeah, she had a sleeve. She had a sleeve. And she
I heard
was a bad
somebody.
Latina, but I was just like, yeah, you probably got some issues while you got that sleeve.
I had some family members, like the Filipino. She does have a whole arm sleeve, right on one side, but it's some flower. She has nice looking light brown skin, whatever, right? And it's some flowery shit or whatever down to, I think, to her wrist now, right? She's been working on it for a couple years. Okay, all well and good. We're about the same age. Whatever the fuck, right? It's her. She owns her own business. She's her own boss. She never had to worry about getting a job from somebody, so she can get away with that shit, right? Nobody's gonna look at her sideways like, is this bitch a triad or something? I don't know. Let's see. Right? She don't have to worry about that shit in that sense. But I also know we all getting older. Time she's in the old folks' home, that shit's gonna look real ridiculous. It's gonna look real ridiculous. All these flames and all the rest of this dumb shit is going to look really ridiculous, because what look good when you thought you were young and hot at one moment is not going to look good when you older and bloated. It's identifiable, but it won't look the same. So that's why I don't get it. I know somebody with a couple of tramp stamps, but she got her whole back done with this big ass phoenix or some shit.
Wow.
And she light and it's all this color and all this stuff. I was like, bitch, you're gonna have to be on the table, like Andre was saying, for the touch up forever.
Oh yeah.
Forever. But good luck. I think me as a man, if I was getting down with a chick and maybe she didn't disclose that shit to me, and I took off her shirt and rolled her ass over, and all I see is this big ass thing on her back, I'd be like, oh, what the fuck? I'd be kind of shocked for a minute. Like, damn, that's an elaborate tattoo. You laid down for that?
Right.
But you don't want to have no kids. One pain is better than the other one? Whatever.
You know, at one point, I actually considered getting a back tattoo. I wanted to get a lioness, but I really didn't want to run the risk of having something so elaborate, and also just not that I planned on showing the intimate portions of my body to very many people, but at the same time, having to explain why, and then also living with it after years if I didn't feel like it was a permanent decision. And so I think I'm going to stick with the 4 that I have. I think they're tastefully placed. And yeah, and even with the one on my forearm, I thought about extending it to my shoulder, not to get a full sleeve, but just something like a vine or something connecting it. But then I was like, I don't want to do too much.
Yeah, see, I'm not a total prude about the shit, right? Like, I like tattoos. Some tattoos look really cool to me. They do. I design tattoos. I design my own tattoos. Never got it, but I designed it, right? Some tattoos look cool to me. I like chicks with little tattoos. I've had chicks that have tattoos, but they're always very tasteful, right? Nothing really, overly offensive. I just think the sleeves up the arm and shit, that's too much for a female. That's way too much for a people. It's way too fucking masculine for me. Like, it's kind of fun to find some little tattoo on a woman's body or something like that when you finally get down to it. And then, oh, she got this little tattoo. Oh, that's fucking cute. Let me kiss that. That's kind of fun.
Well,
This
I'll
whole
say
big
this.
shit. What do you want me to do? Slobber all over your arm? Nah.
Well, I'll say this. Like, I like sleeves on like Asian chicks and Latinos. Like, I don't know. There's something about them when they got a sleeve. Like, it adds. It
That
adds to the
means you like a
personality.
stereotype. Why do
Maybe
you
I
think?
do, but
Why do you
it
think
looks
you
good.
like an Asian chick with a sleeve? You probably watch some Yakuza movies or some anime shit. Probably because of that. You probably
I
think you
did.
fucking
I
anime
did.
character. Well, you're doing them a disservice and yourself because that's an actual person.
I did watch a lot. I did watch a lot of kung fu movies, etc. So
That'd be no different than I don't know. Most of y'all probably ain't seen this movie, but Angry Man told me about this one, which is I'm Through with White Girls. I bought that movie because the shit's funny as hell. And
I
at one
saw
point,
that.
that movie is funny as hell, dude. I laugh every time I watch this shit. I bought it. I bought it on digital and hard copy. But he gets out on these dates and he ends up with this one Asian girl out on the date. And they're sitting there talking and doing all this LA bullshit chat about people sleeping with stereotypes. It's a true conversation. I've dealt with that being single, that people only want to sleep with stereotypes. They want to believe it. So while she's sitting there saying all this shit, he's sitting across from her smoking a cigarette, and all he sees is a fucking geisha sitting there. Hair done up, little lips, white pancake makeup and shit. He's like, yeah. And she's like, you're objectifying me. But she's looking at him when he starts talking, and all she sees is fucking Lenny Kravitz. Hair out,
exactly.
glasses on, big ring in her nose. No, it's just this, it's just that. And they end up fucking. And she leave the next day. Why? Because she want to fuck a stereotype. It's not actually about the person at all. That kind of shit that you spouting off, oh, Asian girls with tattoos, man, where does that exist? Yakuza? I just told you about one Filipino chick, and I know a bunch of Asians. I ain't met one with a whole sleeved up tattoo on their arm. The family don't be appreciating that shit. If they are, they Americanized. I don't see it often.
Yeah.
But then again, I
Yeah,
don't live in
I'm
China
talking
or
the
Japan.
westernized ones, for sure.
Westernized ones do that shit because that culture is more about appearance, and how you approach the world is respective of how you represent the family. I want that shit. They don't want that shit out there like that. No, you're not gonna be doing a family bad like that and disrespect. Oh no, dude, no. But Latinas, same thing. A Latina with a bunch of tattoos usually is a stereotype of her being in the gang. Tough gang shit. Well, I've had Latinas, a lot of them. Family, friends, girlfriends. A lot of them is just regular ass chicks. They might have one or two tattoos. They doing that whole chola shit. Not all black, thick ass black lipstick and shit. That was shit they got out of when they was kids. They'll be the ones who have a tasteful tattoo behind their ear that they cover up with their hair. Maybe something on their hip or the inside of their thigh that looks something. Oh, this little Tweety bird down here. Oh, that's cute. Right by the panty line. Oh, that's shit like that. It's usually Caucasian chicks that always go out there with all this shit all over the place. And it's usually the ones that you would consider low class. Because that's how they're viewed.
Walking around with scabies.
At least in my generation growing up, you understood a white chick with a bunch of tattoos all over her arms was probably some biker girl. Probably been ran through by a bunch of people. Especially if she ain't no tattoo artist.
Yeah, my kid's mom, she got like a bunch of tattoos and she had like a bunch of piercings and shit. But I was just like, yeah, all that has to go.
Yeah, no, what is it? My last Asian chick had one tattoo on her ankle. My last Latina chick had two tattoos. Three tattoos. Small ones. I didn't even know where they were. Didn't ask. Found them. Didn't ask for them, right? One before that had about 4 tattoos, but they were all in different places, right? So one on the inside of her arm right here, one on her back shoulder blade, one on her hip that was, places, right? Not all of them. Shit, my ex-wife got a bunch of tattoos now. She got her back fucking did with some shit, bunch of vines and shit like that. It's like, ugh.
Yeah,
Real small.
exactly.
You real small. But whatever.
Exactly.
I
From
see
my
more
from my
black
ex,
chicks.
like,
Yeah, I see more black chicks tatted now too. And that was something I didn't see a lot of before. I see a lot more black chicks, especially, I hate to say this, but not really attractive ones with the most offensive fucking tattoos on them. The ones with the shit all across their titties and shit. Like, oh my God. What hood ornament is that? You graduated from a tramp stamp to a Target. Just don't do it for me. Toy little shit, I'm not giving her stuff because she got that tattoo on her forearm. I was like, okay, well, it is what it is. Maybe it looks cute. Maybe it's cute in positions.
Yeah.
What's that?
You already named the other locations I have.
Oh, you have to tell everybody. Now we all know.
Well, you won't see them.
It doesn't matter. You got imagination.
I mean, you bring it up like that, it kind of implies that it's in a location that's not public knowledge.
It's not supposed. That was always my thing. It's not supposed to be. You have to go out in the real world. Tattoos are something that you have for you, not for everybody else. Mm-hmm. So from my understanding, having female friends, if she went out somewhere and she met a guy and she was nice with him, then apparently he took off his shirt and she saw tattoos, she'd be like, oh shit, that's kind of hot.
Right.
If he had all this shit where she could see it beforehand, she'd be like, I don't know, that motherfucker got trouble. That's what I understood to be.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing for me with females. If it's some little shit that they got that I didn't see initially, that's something special for you being intimate with them. You know that. Everybody don't know that shit. Oh, you can wear a dress. You can wear some of this other shit and be all nice and, somewhat respectable out in public, but get behind you and then, the tramp says, spank me, daddy. You're like, yeah. I don't know. I found one interesting one on Instagram. It's I think she's Brazilian or Cuban or some shit like that. This chick, she always dances. She dances in a salsa bachata, black chick, Sophia or whatever. She got a tattoo right here. I think I sent it to you, Toya, about this tattoo. Like, I thought it was interesting. And she has a tattoo right here. And the tattoo says, all mine. Oh. But you can only read that shit looking down at her if her head was back. I'm like, so is that the person she's sucking off? Like, okay, that's kind of, everybody doesn't see that. Right? That's interesting.
I think the saying all mine is rather subjective.
I don't know. I don't know, but the positioning is, look, dude, she got to be back on the bed, head over the edge, and you got to be, throttle hockey in that shit to be able to read that. Like, oh, all yours, huh? You damn right. Like, wow.
And all yours could be all yours for that day, or it could be all yours for the dude that's wiping her.
But it says all mine.
That's maybe she's claiming ownership of your deposit.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. He's saying all mine. Like, no shit. You getting that shit.
Like, I was more so speaking to temporary ownership.
Temporary ownership. Here you go. Yeah, Trail. Older bras getting tasked, they try to relive their fucking 20s again. That lets you know that they felt like they was really repressed for, I don't know how old you're talking, but I'm thinking this usually around their 40s or after a divorce. They think they're recapturing their youth in some kind of way. They're trying to keep up with the young girls and not just standing on what you should be able to stand on, which is you're a mature woman. Obviously, you're not. Just like finding a devout Jewish chick with a tattoo is literally a sin, forbidden. Exactly. But what do you know about women? Women always buck against whatever rules are set up. It's just how they are. Doesn't make them fucked up. It's just how they fucking are. So it's always funny to find that shit. Always like, oh, look at you. You got a little wild in you. That's okay. At least you ain't out there showing it to everybody. Like, he's like, yeah, 40s or 50s. Exactly. Trying to recapture their youth. Doing the shit that they repressed themselves from. He kept me from having the tattoos I wanted. Yeah, whatever the fuck. Nobody kept you from doing shit. You knew it wasn't a viable option at that time, but now you want to be down. Whatever, swim in the stream. You dirty, enter through the rear. Nah. One of my exes, she had a tattoo on her butt cheek that said Mo Better. I'm like that movie Mo Better Blues. It was interesting to find that. Like, oh, well, it wasn't on her butt cheek. It was right above her butt cheek. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. That's what it is. What's up, Elongo? Elongo came through here. When we were kids, having tats actually meant something. Nowadays, you stand out more by not having tats. Exactly the point. When everybody had it, did you still want it? Everybody got tats now. I don't really want one.
Well, not necessarily.
I thought of a cool one. The one I drew for myself would take a lot of time, but it's not colored because it's just a stencil. I take off the sweatshirt. I tell you, I got 5 shades on me right now because some parts don't see no sun. So I look like a shade chart, right? But mine was a scorpion, obviously. The pincers came up around here to the chest. The arms go to the back. And on the back is the scorpion. Tail goes around my hip to the front, right above the belly button, so you know where the stinger is, right? Like, it's a cool tattoo. A lot of work. Still didn't get it because I'm still thinking about, other shit, slavery and everything else. Like, I don't need no tattoos. They always want to. I have too many run-ins with the police where they want to be taking fucking pictures and shit. Nah, nigga. You ain't gonna be
for the most part. For the most part, tattoos ain't a good look. But like, as you were saying earlier, it's kind of like a subjective thing. Because like if you're with like an artsy chick and she could actually draw and stuff, like she doesn't need to know how to do tattoos herself. But if she could draw her own stuff that she wants on her, and it's likely not going to be in a place where everybody can see it. Because like as you said, like it's pretty much like the best tattoos are in places where you're the one that's enjoying them.
Yeah, it's something for you. It's not to me, it's something for you, not everybody else. Now, I can understand if that has changed. If that's changed and that's not the mentality nowadays, well, that's what it is. That's the mentality nowadays. But that's not my mentality. I don't find all of that shit very attractive. I don't. Little tattoos, yeah. This whole arm shit and neck, and no, it's not. But that's okay. The people that will get all that shit probably ain't interested in me either. So we on the same plane, going in different fucking directions, getting off at different destinations. It's okay. We feel the same way. I'm not attracted to you, and you probably ain't attracted to me, so we good. No problem here. You living your life, I'm living mine. I'm too black for orange and white. Exactly. Show on that tiger tat. Yeah, look, man. I wouldn't get a full colored tat because it would look like shit later on in life. And I'm always about what happens later on. Where is it going later on? The end result, right? I don't want to look shitty. If I'm gonna spend this much time and this much money to get this shit, I don't want to look shitty later on. I don't. I want that shit to look just as crispy and awesome as it did the day I got it.
Well, to what Trell said, it's like my dad and my brother, they both have the same tattoo, and I'm thinking to get one too. It's like they both have Black Panthers, like the actual animal.
Mm-hmm.
Like they both got those. I was thinking of getting one too.
Yeah. I only wanted tattoos that actually meant something specific to me, not just, oh, this is a shitty time of my life and I got this, rise again tat. No, nigga, I'm not doing no dumb shit like that. Look, there's only certain things that are relevant to me. Scorpions, oxes, pyramids, the number 3, my kids, my mother, my father, certain things that never fucking change. That will never change whatsoever. right? I like the idea of Samoan tattoos because they all mean something and they're artistic in the way that they're put on. I like some Yakuza tattoos because they are artistic. The style that they're done in is actually it means something to get that shit. Just like it means something to get your Samoan tattoos shit. It means something to get that shit. It's almost like a rite of passage. All this modern age shit. Ooh, I like the Mandalorian, so I got that tatted on me. Oh, that's one thing. That's one way to do it. Nike symbol. They paying you for that shit? Then why the fuck? Like, some of that doesn't really make any sense to me. It just doesn't. But that's just me. Like, I'm not stopping anybody from doing anything. I'm just saying I might not find it that much attractive. It's not the first thing I go to, I can tell you that much. I have seen attractive chicks with sleeves. I have. But the sleeve looks decent. It's not a bunch of random shit. But then again, it's not the first thing I'll look for. It's not. It's just not my culture. That's not my culture. So anyway, y'all got some final thoughts before I close this out at the 4 hour mark to see if I go see, what is it? Almost 3 o'clock here. Let's see if I go see The Crow if I want to watch that shit tonight. No, obviously not. My fucking stomach just turned when I said my stomach did a flop like ugh. So it might not be tonight.
I would like to say that you have a really nice haircut, Artisan.
Oh, thank you.
It was the first thing I noticed when you came on today.
My bald ass head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into some clippers. Felt like looking halfway decent for myself. Like, you know what? I got this rough ass. I don't give a fuck what's going on. Let me clean this up a little bit. It's kind of hot.
So I don't know if you can see my outfit clearly from that photo. But
jeans with holes in the knees, a little white, little stretchy top showing off the boobies in the arms, and the blue jeans, hands on the hips. So I got hips.
I got told that I needed to pull my pants up today. A man was like, excuse me, miss. I was like, yes.
That crack?
He was like, pull your pants up. And I was like, no, I'm purposely not wearing a belt, but thank you. Sorry if I offended you.
What was he saying? Your ass crack? That was probably his lead-in conversation.
Look, as I was walking out of the store, he goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that was your style.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut the fuck up. Wait, just, what do you want, dude? You want my phone? You want to smell my punani? Somebody breathing this motherfucker.
I think he was saying that though because the shirt I'm wearing is a bodysuit, and you could see a little bit of my skin.
So that's what the bodysuit is for.
Yeah, so I like to wear these jeans with a bodysuit for that specific reason.
I love bodysuits.
Me too.
I love bodysuits. Women that have a shape for it. I love bodysuits. And bodysuits with jeans is like a turn on to me because that was like one of the styles that women had that I really enjoyed seeing. I had one girlfriend who wore shit like that, and I was like, yes, every time I see that shit, you getting it. Every time. That little bit of that hip meat that's showing up out of that bodysuit and the pants is hanging down just right. Like, oh my God. Like, shut up and enjoy this.
It kind of sounds like dude was trying to run some nice guy game on you.
Man, you gotta do that shit.
I was like, "Are you negging me right now? That's what happened."
Yeah, like you're negging right now. That's what you're doing. You're trying to neg me. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. The ass is supposed to be showing. Shut up. Shut up and enjoy this shit. If you be nice, I might let you touch it. No, I like that style. So I didn't told you to pull your pants up. I've been like, shit. Since she bend over. Nope. Maybe I need to make a move.
Right. Just enjoy the view. I don't know. But anyway,
it is.
I really enjoyed Supercell. Thank you all.
Oh, you finished it?
Yes.
Oh, we got to hear your thoughts on Supercell.
I can't wait for the second season, honestly. I love the little after videos I've been seeing of some of the actors talking about how they were portraying their characters.
I haven't watched any of those yet.
But I loved the depiction of Black love in that. I absolutely loved that.
Yeah, that's why I asked you about it when you said something. I said, what do you think of Michael and Dion's relationship?
Yeah.
Dion was down.
She was,
Dion
and she was spot on. Like that was what I loved about it too. Like she was so down for him that she was fully in. She had invested and wanted to help and was there up until she couldn't do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And it was even well written to the point of her being a woman down to the not leaving when she was supposed to, you know?
Stubborn ass.
Yeah.
Dion, would you get out of trouble? Oh,
you were supposed to already be gone.
Like, to be gone. Put that on the phone. Hey, fuck Michael.
Yeah, that was
like
it was well written, well acted. I don't have any complaints about it other than that I just wish there was more.
Yeah, and that's for me, that's the perfect leave for that. That I watched something, it was short episodes, which not really, it was 8 episodes. But by the time it's over, I want more of it. I want to see more of these characters. I want to see more of what I saw on the screen. I was not disappointed in any sense. I was actually impressed. The depiction, especially being all Black folks, and the depiction of them wasn't all fucked up.
Right.
Like, oh my God, even the sisters wasn't being total hoes. I mean, when they dressed up, but they wasn't being all hoes. Everybody had fucking things that they were working on. Everybody. I was like, holy shit, I enjoyed that shit. I really enjoyed that show. So I'm glad you watched.
I still stand on Dion was the most annoying character in the show.
Dion?
Nah, I'm gonna give that to the half-seed. I forgot his name. The half black, half white cat. He was the most
Rodney.
Rodney, like you got smoke for Rodney? Seriously?
You got smoke for the speedster, man.
Yeah. Cause I mean, like if you're gonna lean into it, then you gotta lean all the way into your Blackness. And he just wasn't. And that was bothering me.
You British. Because even in the show they called him the little mixed dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh, mixed guy out here. Like, yeah. Rodney something different. But his story with his family was interesting.
His mom, yeah.
That was kind of fucked up. Like,
but it also showed how he was so loyal to that, even. You know, like that's where his conflict was. He still wanted to just be up under his mother and up under his whiteness when it was clear that that wasn't an option for him anymore.
Well, I think that more. You got background, Andre. I took that more as he was one of these people who understood he couldn't be alone. He could not be alone. When his buddy went to the hospital, that's what it was. He was out of options of where he could go because he needed to be around people. He didn't want to be by himself. It's an abandonment thing.
Right.
That's what it is. And once he got to his mother and you see them talking, that's what it is. He felt abandoned because that new stepdaddy didn't want to claim his ass. Didn't want him. So he felt abandoned. And that was the only place he can go back to. And she was still like, no, I can't. I don't like that. I'm like, fuck time, Mom.
well, for Rodney, in his case, it was like, he was just like, yeah, I'm not trying to be a part of this shit. But then when like when his best friend got fucked up, you're just like, yeah, fuck this shit.
Yeah, he had to crawl back to what he knew, and he couldn't go there. That's what it was. He needed people. So what did he do after that? He went looking for Michael ass, right? Like, you gonna help me get my friend out the hospital? Like, he just couldn't be alone. That's what it.
And I think we're saying the same thing. I'm just associating his abandonment with being abandoned by his white side.
Yeah,
like
it is.
I think it's deeper than just being left alone. It's also being abandoned by this half of your identity that you wish to identify as.
Yeah, the prominent.
They're saying no, here's a barrier to entry. Yep. But like always, we're the welcoming ones. And so if he had just leaned into that from the beginning, who knows what could have, I mean, we still have more to see, I'm sure, but.
Yeah, I'm thinking this because he was raised by his mama.
Right.
That's all he knows. That's what he keeps going back to.
Yep.
Listen up, Amanda. Like, don't be pulling that shit out when it's convenient. So yeah, I think we are saying the same thing, that I'm seeing it as the abandonment part. Like, yeah, that's the plight of a mixed child in certain senses. That in some ways, and I'm saying this as a father to a mixed child, that we can do them a disservice by that. We can do them a disservice by that, because if they can't have that firm grounding in any world, it can be a problem for them. They'll go through that identity crisis shit. They will. It'll happen. So seeing that for Rodney was heartbreaking in a sense, because that was where he feels the most comfortable with his white side, and that's the white side that don't want his ass. So where is he now? Obviously, he grew up with his mama. Where's his daddy? Because obviously his daddy was the black one with the sickle cell. Where's Pops? Why don't you go to them? So yeah, it's an interesting little plight for him. But I did find that part fascinating. I want to see them delve into that a little bit more. I want to see him come back and talk to Todd. See Todd actually trying to pull his ass out or something. Like, that might be a little interesting. No, get out of here, Rodney. You're not welcome here.
The last thing I'll say about it is I enjoyed seeing the dude from Ray Donovan in it too.
Which dude from Ray Donovan? I didn't watch Ray Donovan, so I don't know.
Ray Donovan had a brother that had a stroke, and his that was the guy who was the woman's, I guess, right hand man.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. That the white dude who was running that facility. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I know Ray Donovan is a Liv Schreiber's show.
Yep.
I just never watched the show.
I enjoyed it. Maybe you can come back to it some point.
Yeah, I got time. Trust me, I'm trying to watch anything good. I might start Peaky Blinders or something like that, because I need good shows to cleanse myself.
You need to watch that. It's an amazing show, man.
Yeah, I got to cleanse myself of this Acolyte shit. I'm hoping this is the last week we have to hear anything about the Acolyte, but I know it won't. It'll be tapering off this week. That they gonna have to shut up eventually. Stop talking about this shit. Like, let it go away, please, dude. You stretched the shit out to 12 weeks of this bullshit. Let it go. Let it go. It's done. It's over with. Let it die.
But I'd be interested to see if your views increased because of how much you covered it.
Yes and no. But YouTube with me is funny. Like, I heard it happens with a lot of content creators. You get ups and downs in subscriptions. Like, people will subscribe and then unsubscribe, or YouTube will take them from you.
Right.
So numbers went to one level and then it dropped back down after that shit was over with. But I didn't do daily content on it, which makes it tougher on the algorithm to grow your channel if you're not doing daily content. I do weekly content. I do once a week that I can commit to doing. Right. So the channel does not bubble an algorithm the same way somebody would if you were talking about it every day. I don't talk about it every day because I can't. I'm usually working. Right? So I'm not doing things to actually make the algorithm work for me in that sense.
Artist, you know what I thought was interesting? Because Kev was doing a review of the show, and coincidentally, after like a half an hour, his stream got shut down.
I didn't hear what you said because of the background. Say it again. Somebody's stream got shut down after an hour of what?
Well, on that note, I'm going to say thanks for having me and enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
You're always welcome. You know that. Keep wearing them bodysuits and the jeans because I do love that stuff.
I sure will.
Look, I ain't telling you to pull shit up. I'm just saying.
Peace out, Artisan.
Peace, Toya. That was the Toya you can trust. Appreciate it coming through, dropping a female energy on it. Andre, you still out there? Or you trying to get coffee or something? Chaos Stream got shut down. Yeah, I saw that. Was that because of Supercell? Because I saw Kev had put up a Supercell review, and I went back to look at it, and the shit was gone. I'm like, did he pull it down? What the fuck happened? I was going to watch the shit. Like, I didn't know what happened with that. I didn't know it was a live stream. I thought it was a pre-recorded review. Yeah, it was because of Supercell. I was watching it at work. Oh, so he was streaming it live? Yeah, if you're streaming it live, you're gonna get the kibosh put on that shit. I tried that with what was it? There was some
No,
series.
what happened was he wasn't playing the actual like show. He was just reviewing it, and his stream got shut down.
Really?
Yes, really.
I don't have no contact information on Kev. I have to talk to him about that and see what happened.
Well, he's
Because
just saying he wants to do it again, but it's just like I don't think he wants to risk it again.
I don't see why reviewing it would get you shut down though. Unless you were playing clips of it or something like that. I don't know. That's why, at least for me, I try to steer people to go watch the shit because it is a good show at a time where there's bad shit out there. And I've watched Supercell at least 3 times now. At least 3 times. I ain't never watched an Acolyte again if I can help it. Never. Better shit.
Like all I know is like he was streaming it live, and I was watching it on fucking 2 times, and all of a sudden the stream ended.
Well, I know Kev. I think Kev check out my channel sometimes. Kev, let me know what happened with that shit. Drop it in the comment section or email me. You know, artisan1112@gmail. Let me know what happened with Supercell getting knocked off your stream. What happened or whatnot, so you can find out. Because I still haven't done a review on the show. I do talk about it a lot, but I haven't reviewed it just because I haven't had much time to. But at least I know what my schedule is for the next 3 months, so I got some time, and there's not as much stuff coming out to where it would be a backlog of any material. So I do want to drive more people to actually watch that show, specifically black folks, because if you're watching all this shitty stuff with white folks, you can watch something with black folks that's not shit.
Well, I think Kev was like the second person that told me about it.
Well, I'll run a test and see what happens. Yeah, I'll put up something to see if they shut it down, because it's a good show. I don't know why anybody would be, especially, well, you too. I don't know why they would actually be throttling, views of that shit. I don't know. But anyway, you got some final thoughts for me, Maple Leaf? No. Oh, I guess that's it for.
We got a lot of background shit going on, but yeah.
I hear you in a coffee shop. What the hell? What I mean, a mocha.
Yeah, I already was asking you was like your thoughts on season 2 of the Acolyte.
Thoughts of season 2 on the Acolyte. My thought is, I'm glad it's not going forward. I wouldn't want to see a season 2. So we're in perfect alignment that Disney is not doing one. So hopefully it sticks. Hopefully I'm not talking about this shit in a week's time, talking about, oh, they got signatures and they're bringing back the Acolyte. Don't do that. I wanted Trust to give her opinion on my couple's clothing comment. I didn't see your couple's clothing comment, Rainfire. Let's see. Forget tats. I just do clothing. Easily remove. Get your girl some panties with Bartertown on them. Get yourself a shirt with Master Blaster on it and ask her, who runs Bartertown? You funny as shit, Mayfire. Funny as shit. I was just talking about this with my coworker about being in Vegas and going by the t-shirt store that had all these offensive t-shirts on it, right? And there's some shit I didn't think that women would actually wear, right? But where is that collection? Oh, I hate when they change shit. And I took a bunch of pictures of these shirts and shorts and shit like that because I thought it was funny as fuck. Oh my god, dude! They fucked up my albums. Holy shit! Updates, dude. They totally screwed up my album. Where is this shit?
What's that new show coming out? Because like I got some like real life Star Wars fans. They were telling me like there's a new show coming out in 2026.
You have some real Star Wars fans who are telling you some new shows are coming out.
Well, it's a new show that was coming out in 2026. They claimed me a trailer, but it's just like I'm not a Star Wars fan, so I didn't know what the trailer was. But it's coming out in 2026, whatever it is.
What's the name of the show? Because the only thing that's coming out this year is Skeleton Crew, and then next year, 2026 is supposed to be the Rey movie. Supposed to be the Charmaine Bae Rey movie. And then some other shit like Star Wars Alpha, but that's some of that shit that Kathleen Kennedy keep trying to throw a show in the pipeline so she doesn't have to quit. Because as long as there's a show in the pipeline, she can keep staying at Lucasfilm. There you go. There's that shit. There you go, Rainfire. Can you see that? Let me turn off the light. Boy, Vegas is a funny place. J Pape. There you go. There's one for Toya. You see that shit? Thicker than a Snickers. Shit. I was walking by that t-shirt place laughing my ass off. Oh my God. There you go. These are really offensive. These top three are really offensive. So, why is it still getting a glare? God damn it. There you go. Just fuck it. Eat me out. And Chick-fil-A. Well, I don't know how they'll get sued for that shit.
I agree with 2/3 out of that.
This one. Trader Hoes.
75% I agree with.
All you can eat. It's on the wrong side, motherfucker. It's supposed to be on the front. Look, man, I'm telling you, that's why I took pictures of that shit. That shit had me laughing. I was dying. I bought a bunch of shirts from that store too. I was like, wow, that is. I'm putting it out there. Just putting it out there. As transactional as some women are today, a lot of women could wear Bartertown panties. They could, because that's just what it is. Just what the fuck it is. I like couples clothing. Love my funny stuff like that. Yeah, t-shirts and stuff like that is fun. Couple shit. I'm not a hater of love. I don't mind couple stuff like that if you can get away with it. If you got a couple, y'all solid like that, hell yeah, do that shit. Don't give a fuck about nobody not liking that shit. It's jealous. Mad because they can't wear couples clothing if you're a solo act. Looks stupid. I'm with her. Like, where is she? She be pointing to your hand or what? It's either that or no clothes around the house. That's my vibe. I feel you on that. It's your house. Why the hell you care? Tell somebody else that.
Toy with the digital thirst trap.
No, but I told somebody else that shit before. Like, one of the things I love about being in my place, I had a roommate for a while. After divorced and getting your shit together and stuff like that, I had roommates, and one of the things I love about having my own place again is that I get out the shower, I don't wear shit. Walk around this bitch and go get coffee, bucket naked. I ain't worried about impressing or offending anybody. And I'll do it, and I don't give a shit. I'm sitting on my couch in my my Sith robe. Fresh out the shower, kind of dried off, kind of not. Got my Sith robe on with a black robe with the Empire symbol in the hood, and wrapped that shit up and was on the couch, chilling. I'm like, fuck it. What? Shit you can do, man. I'm grown. It's my vibe. I like to be relaxed. I wear enough shit during the day. I wear enough. My pants are loaded during the day, and they are dirty and sweaty by the time I get home. That shit is off, dude. The less I wear, the better.
I know it's definitely played out, but I gotta get me one of the McCoskey robes.
All I can eat would be on the backside, grocery generation. Yeah, they tossing salads, boy. Rainfire, they tossing salads with that on the back. That's the one you're supposed to have deliveries in the rear. That's what I'm talking about. Artisan. Show place. The fuck? Walking around cosplaying. Sorta. Emperor nudity. Trust, no kids in the house. The default is nudist. Look, Rainfire, I told my kids that forever. While I was married, I told my kids that forever. That I was not raising them into diapers. I was raising them to get up and get out because I wanted to chase my wife around the house naked. That's primarily daughter, but I want to chase your mom around this house naked. Can't do that with you here. That was real talk. I was serious. It wasn't a fucking joke. I miss out on a lot of humping time when you got kids that like to be in the bedroom and shit. You like a close family and y'all can just talk and shit like, baby, why don't you get the fuck out of here? Baby girl, let me get your mama alone for a minute. Why don't you leave? Go outside and play.
I mean, what is your kid like? You could make some arrangements.
My funniest thing my daughter said to me about arrangements is that, unfortunately, my daughter shared a wall with me and her mother. So you go in our bedroom, there's a wall right here. Our bed is against this wall. The head of her bed is against this other wall, right? So her dresser is against the wall where our bed is. And she made a joke right now before because we talk it as family. I believe in being open, with my kids. So we talk about shit, right? And she said, yeah, then she made a comment, a little snarky ass about she didn't want to have to hear us. I said, hey, that ain't me. That's your mama. Tell that to your mama. That's not me. I'm a quiet lover. I have to be making all that noise and shit. She was like, oh my God. Like, fucking you brought it up. Because I don't believe in, not being able to talk about shit like that. You should be able to talk about shit like that, especially with your family. It's your mom and your dad. You don't think your mom and your dad had sex? Motherfucker. Yes, that's the way it's supposed to be. Don't be upset. I'm trying to get you a sibling out this bitch. You want a little sister? You want a younger brother? This is how the sausage is made, okay? And Toya, that's what I told her many a time. How do you think you got here? Okay. This was no immaculate conception. No stork. We had to do it the old-fashioned way, man. We got in there and got to work. Needing the bread, man. So, look, it's just being honest about where things come from. It's not that big of a deal. And trust me, I'm not out there having some wild monkey sex where the headboard is beating the wall and her dresser is moving. It wasn't none of that shit. It wasn't none of that shit. She just hears shit because the mother make noise. My daughter sleep light. Sometimes you can't resist that shit. Nowadays, being single, since it's usually a single mama, she be trying to have you have sex in the house with the kids there. I don't like doing that shit because I don't like having to contain my shit. I don't like having to contain my shit. Fuck that. I'll come beat it up when your kid is gone to the daddy house. Then I'll come over. Have you in the hallway and shit. Grasping on doors, bathrooms, kitchen tables. Can't do that with the kids there. You can't. Just saying. That's probably way off of geek shit, and people are probably gonna listen to the stream later on. Like, what the fuck does this dude talk about? I can't subscribe to this channel. He's never on topic. Anyway, I guess Andre, you got a final thought? We can get out of here. Well, I keep devolving into some shit that people want to hear.
No, it's fine. It was great that you brought the stuff up. I actually finally got around to finishing Invincible, and I just started watching Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Like I got like 10 minutes left on the last episode, but like, yeah, I really enjoyed that show. Like, I was cracking up for a good part of the episodes.
Which one, Invincible or Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Okay, it's a good show.
Like, that show's like dark humor, you know, and I like that kind of stuff.
It is dark humor because a lot of the lines are delivered dry because it's Jane's character delivering the lines, but you'll find out why she delivers the stuff the way she does. Once you get further into the show, you'll find out what her deal is. Shit is funny. And then if you haven't watched it, I would say watch Generation V. Excuse me. Watch Gen V on Amazon. That is the spinoff to The Boys. And it led into this season of The Boys.
Yeah, I also just finished watching Gen V too, like a week or two ago as well.
Okay, so you already saw it. Yeah, you already saw it. Yeah, that was good. That was good. I'll be waiting for a second season, see if they can salvage the show after losing that actor. But yeah, Invincible, good. Yep, it's on Prime. It's on Prime, trust. You should watch those two. You should check those two out. If you like Donald Glover, this is a show he wrote, produced. I don't think he directed. Might have. I think he directed a couple of episodes on it. But he wrote this shit during COVID. So if you understand that in the storytelling of how they did it, it is. It's a disservice to the show to call it Mr. and Mrs. Smith, because most people walk away from the show because of that, because it's not Brad and Angelina standing up there. But I like the change that was made. It added to the story when you understand that there are Mr. and Mrs. Smith is a CIA type of thing. They're aliases for people.
Yeah, alien.
So once you understand that the show just borrows the name and some of the setup from it, the only tweak is they're not really married, not knowing each other, are spies. They are fake married and know each other are spies. Once you understand that concept, that's the only way it really shifted from the Mr. and Mrs. Smith that Brad and Angelina did and the one that Donald Glover is doing. It takes roots from that. It's a much more interesting story. Much more interesting story with some really good performances and very good musical selections. I like Donald Glover taste and what he put in that show music-wise. It's some interesting shit. Well, had me looking up artists like, who the fuck is this? Who sings this song? I like this. So yeah, it was a good show. It was a really good show. I'm really looking forward to seeing a season 2 of that too. And then Gen V, we talked about Gen V before, but Gen V is good. It was a really good spin-off show, which got a black chick at the front of it, and nobody talked about it, and everybody hated it because everybody hates black chicks in front of shit.
Well, artists said like Donald Glover's taste is great because like he's playing songs. I'm just like, bro, you're playing reggae songs that I don't even know, and I'm fucking Jamaican. He's not. I don't even know this song.
Jamaican. I don't know this song. I don't know this song. No, his taste in music, his selection of music for what's happening in the scenes, in the episodes, is really good. It really adds to the scene the way music is supposed to. It's supposed to add to the scene. and you hear that music, you will be dropped back into the scene of what's happening. It's really good taste and stuff I hadn't heard before, stuff I really hadn't heard before. But look, you got Paul Dano in that shit too. It's a lot of good Parker Posey, a lot of good actors in that show. So I don't know. I really like the show. I've watched that one at least 4 times, all the way. Every time I turn it on, I have to watch it from beginning to end. I have to. It's good like that to me. I watch it beginning to end. And their season finale was awesome. Their season finale was like, I gotta know what happened next. What happened next? I gotta know what happened, motherfucker. Oh, you gonna leave me like that? Oh shit. Fuck. I'm gonna have blue balls for a whole fucking year waiting for you to get to this next season. Shit. Yeah, it's on Prime and it's only like 8 to 10 episodes. Good material. Competent writer. Imagine that. Anyway. All right, Andre. I'm gonna drop you down Supercell Maple Leaf. Super Leaf. Thank you for the comedy moment today of making me laugh at Brie Larson's ass, calling her Breast Larson. That's gonna be her nickname from now on for that shit. I give you credit every time. Every time you will get credit for that because it makes me laugh every time I think of it. Like, yep, pretty much. It's a fucking head sitting on a pair of boobies. The extent of the acting right now. But appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna drop you. Oh, he already disappeared. I guess I need a sound effect for that. He night crawling my ass. Thank you guys for showing up today. I'm artisanmc. This has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday from 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. What is it? 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 5 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time for the people across the pond that I do know I touch appropriately. Yeah, I don't really care about the Acolyte leaving, and I'm just going to wait for all the crying and the hand wringing and stuff like that to get over with so we can get on with our movie media lives and try to put this show behind us. There's a lot of shows that get canceled, some of them good, some of them bad, but cancellations is what happens with TV shows, and specifically it should happen with shows that are bad. Unfortunately for some people, Acolyte was one of those shows. It's just what it is. Cry about it all you will. For now, it is gone. Want to revive it? Leslie hadn't started somewhere else. So it probably would have worked better if it wasn't Star Wars. I could tell you that much. Might have worked better. Funny. The biggest finally won. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, the biggest one. Right. If the biggest one, why is Rings of Power season 2 out? Why? Yeah, because it's not about biggest, motherfucker. Anyways, appreciate you guys coming through. Appreciate everyone who donated. I didn't have my phone next to me, so I don't know if anybody hit it on the Cash App. So I will get you guys next time. I will write it in my book, so I will give you your shots out on the next stream. It's the very next stream. And maybe I'll go see The Crow tonight. I looked it up. It starts at 4:10, so maybe I'll go see The Crow. Have to blank my mind. I'm deciding how much how much I want some movie popcorn. That's basically all it is. I'm just deciding if I want to have movie popcorn today, or do I want to have popcorn at home. So either way, thank you guys for coming through, and I will see you next time. Peace.